Chapter 347. After the heavy rain, there was a cool breeze in the air. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the dozen or so Long family guards were exhausted, and their movement speed gradually slowed down. "Young master, rest for a while. I'll carry young master Scar." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His name was Long Chu, and he had watched Long Qingyang and the rest grow up. Long Qingyang shook his head. "It's fine, I can hold on." Chu Hen, who was on Long Qingyang's back, was breathing very weakly and his face was getting paler. "Third brother's condition is getting worse. We need to find a place to treat him as soon as possible." Thinking about how Chu Hen had cut off half of the Divine Queen's shoulder in the imperial capital, Long Qingyang felt a wave of bitterness and complicated emotions. "How much longer do we have to walk to get out of this forest?" "It'll take at least 3 days." "You still need so much time?" Long Qingyang frowned. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on if he didn't receive treatment soon. "Xuanchuang, do you have any more restoration pills?" Long Xuanchuang shook her head, helplessly. "I only have normal restoration pills." Ordinary small rejuvenation pills had almost no effect on Chu Hen's severe injuries, and Long Qingyang and the rest would usually prepare more effective pills before going out on missions or hunting beasts. This had happened too suddenly, and they were completely caught off guard. "Looks like I should always carry healing pills with me in the future." Long Qingyang muttered to himself. "Young master, young mistress, it seems like the pursuers haven't caught up yet," a Long family guard who was in charge of scouting reported. "Is that so?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chu said, "Looks like the rain washed away our footprints. I feel that someone is secretly helping us to distract our pursuers." The guard in charge of scouting said with some uncertainty. Before he finished speaking, a white figure flashed out from behind a towering tree, accompanied by a slight tremor in the air. Everyone was shocked, and they gripped their weapons tightly. "Miss Mingshang?" Long Qingyang was a little surprised, but he raised his hand to tell Long Zhu and the others not to worry. The person who came was none other than Luo Mengchang, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital. She looked at Chu Hen, who was on Long Qingyang's back, and her eyes rippled slightly. She then took out an exquisite glass bottle and threw it at him. "This is a recover pill. Let him take it." Duh. Long Qingyang reached out and took the bottle. Without any hesitation, he carefully put Chu Hen down, took out a black pill, and placed it in Chu Hen's mouth. "Thank you, Miss Meng Chang." Long Qingyang looked back at her with gratitude. It was rare to find someone willing to help Chu Hen at a time like this. Long Xuanchuang looked at Luo Mengchang and said, "Are you the one who has been helping us distract the pursuers?" "Yes." Luo Mingshang nodded, her red lips parting slightly. "However, they will soon discover the problem. You will need to speed up." Everyone's faces darkened and their expressions turned solemn. "I will try my best to buy you some time," Luo Mengchang said. Long Qingyang nodded gratefully. "Thank you. I will tell Chu Hen about this when he wakes up. Be careful." Luo Mengchang did not say anything, her beautiful eyes lingering on Chu Hen for a moment. The brows of Chu Hen, who had sunk into unconsciousness, were tightly knitted together, as if he had sunk deep into a nightmare and was unable to extricate himself. After such a big thing happened, she felt a little upset in her heart. Then Luo Mengshang moved and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Long Qingyang did not waste any time. He once again carried Chu Hen on his back and hurriedly left with the rest. The sound of hurried footsteps on fallen leaves and twigs was especially clear. The roars of monsters could be heard from the mountains in the distance. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest of the group looked unusually solemn. They all lowered their heads and hurried forward in silence. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Not good. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The next moment, the soil under their feet suddenly opened up, revealing a moist and fresh smell of soil. Thick tree roots extended from the ground. A A giant ancient tree over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, blocking the path of Long Qingyang and the rest. Ancient tree battle physique. Long Qingyang frowned as he looked at the towering ancient tree blocking their way, his eyes filled with seriousness. As far as he knew, there were only 2 people in the capital who had the ancient tree battle physique bloodline. One was Yu Qinyu, and the other was Yu Qinyu's father, the general of the West Sea. "Everyone, don't run!" A deep voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. A tall, burly figure flashed onto one of the branches of the towering ancient tree. It was a handsome middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor. He wore a suit of armor and had a sharp sword hanging from his waist. His entire body exuded a biting, domineering aura, giving him the air of a general. The general of the West Sea, a famous general of the Sacred Star Empire. He looked down at the group in front of him and said, "No one can escape from me. Young master, second miss, leave this to us. Hurry up and leave." Long Chu did not hesitate to stand in front of the group with the guards. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The great general of the West Sea was a top powerhouse of the void-piercing realm. Even in the entire Sacred Star dynasty he could be ranked. There was almost no difference whether he left or not. However, at this moment, another figure hurriedly chased after them. "Father, let them go! Please!" The crisp female voice was filled with anxiety. She had a tall figure and an elegant and refined face. Who else could it be other than Yu Qinyu? Yu Shihai frowned at his daughter's sudden appearance. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you going back immediately?" Yu Qinyu continuously shook her head. Her slightly reddened eyes held a trace of tears. "Chu Hen has helped me many times. I beg you to let them go this once. The emperor's decree cannot be disobeyed. Since I am a subject, I cannot disobey the emperor's decree for my own selfish reasons." Yu Shihai did not waver. Then Yu Qinyu's palm moved, and a sharp sword appeared in her hand. She stood in front of Yu Shihai and said to Long Qingyang and the rest, "Hurry up and leave." "Junior sister Qinyu, go! He's my father, he won't kill me." Yu Qinyu steeled her heart to protect Chu Hen. She did not care whether the person standing in front of her was her father or not. Long Qingyang clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and hurried away with the rest. "Humph, where do you think you're going?" Yu Shihai bellowed, releasing a vigorous aura from his body. Yu Qinyu's eyes flashed coldly, and she activated her inner core with all her might, unleashing all her inner yuan. Ancient tree battle form. Rumble. Chapter 348. Ancient tree battle body. Rumble! Yu Qinyu shouted softly, and the true yuan in her body burst out. Countless huge dragon, like sturdy tree, roots, quickly drilled out of the ground and rushed towards Yu Shihai. Yu Shihai frowned and scolded in a deep voice. How dare you attack me?" "Humph, Chu Hen is my friend. Who cares if you are my father?" Dozens of majestic tree roots soared into the sky, directly sealing off Yu Shihai's path. Then Yu Qinyu's body bloomed with a gentle emerald green light, and an extremely vigorous life force filled the air. "Spirit tree trap, voila!" Accompanied by the sound of branches and leaves swaying, the strong tree roots quickly grew lush green vines. The interweaving vines were like a group of poisonous snakes coming out of their holes. In an instant, they intertwined around Yu Shihai, forming a house-sized cage, trapping him inside. However, Yu Shihai was a famous expert of the Sacred Star dynasty. How could Yu Qinyu resist the powerful cultivation of the void-piercing realm? Boom! The huge power was like a torrent that broke through a dam. A dazzling green light bloomed, and the space trembled violently. The tree roots and vines that trapped Yu Shihai were smashed like tofu dregs. Yu Shihai's face was gloomy and filled with anger. Although Yu Qinyu had been willful since young, She had never dared to attack him. Now, for an outsider, and a traitor that was being hunted by a dynasty, Yushihai was furious. You are getting more and more daring. Wait until I take them down, then I will deal with you. After saying that, Yushihai stepped into the air, not intending to pay attention to the other party. However, right at this moment, Yu Chenyu placed the sharp sword in her hand on her own neck and used it as a threat. She said, "If you dare to take a step away, I'll kill myself in front of you. You, Dad, you son of a bitch. Ever since I was young, you've always been in charge of everything. I clearly wanted to go to the Bright Moon Academy, but you insisted on me going to the giant elephant martial house. I clearly like boys who are more delicate and pretty, but you just have to say that the man I find in the future must be as domineering and mighty as you. How many times have I said it? Don't force your ideas on me. It's said that a daughter is a father's lover in his previous life. I don't know if I was blind or something in my previous life. Why did I find a lover like you? You're such a disappointment." The more Yu Chenyu spoke, the more aggrieved she became. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing the pitiful look on the other party's face, Yushihai found it both funny and infuriating, but more than that, his heart ached. "Sai, forget it." Yushihai waved his hand. "I'll listen to you this time. I'll let them go this time." Yu Chenyu's heart was filled with joy, and the corners of her mouth secretly curled into a smile. This trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others was really effective. However, what Yu Chenyu didn't know was that Yushihai wasn't the only one chasing after Chu Hen. Even if he didn't chase after Chu Hen, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't catch up to them in the gloomy forest. The movement speed of Long Qingyang and the rest gradually slowed down due to the exhaustion of the journey. It's been so long, and Yushihai still hasn't caught up. Looks like that lady has successfully stopped him, Long Zhu said in a low voice. Long Qingyang nodded as a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Luo Mingshang and Yu Chenyu were both Chu Hen's friends. Now, it seemed that Chu Hen was quite popular with women. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, a series of heavy footsteps sounded in the forest. Everyone's expression changed. Then, a group of fully armed imperial guards suddenly sprang out from the forest on both sides and surrounded them. "Hee, you won't be able to escape this time." Along with the complacent laughter, a fierce-looking, middle-aged general walked over with a mocking smile and a ferocious glint in his eyes. "Tu Xia!" Long Qingyang frowned, and the rest of the Long family guards were also shocked. Tu Xia was a valiant general of the Sacred Star Empire. Although his status was not as high as Yushihai's, he was still quite famous. However, most people knew him for his ferocity. Tu Xia was a true beast on the battlefield. Not only was he brave and good at fighting, but he was also cruel and merciless. As long as he led a battle, there would basically be a massacre. However, the most important thing was that Tu Xia used to be General Longbow's subordinate. Because Tu Xian had slaughtered the innocent, General Longbow had kicked him out of his army. Unexpectedly, Tu Xia had made great achievements in another army and gained the glory he had today. This is really interesting. Tu Xia's eyes were filled with pride. Longbow was blind and kicked me out of his army. I didn't expect that one day his descendants would fall into my hands. What is this called? Oh, right, this is retribution, ha 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 ha. Shut up, Long Chu shouted. Humph, how dare a shameless thing like you slander our old General Longbow? Shut up? I want to see if you can still be so stubborn later. Tu Xian's playful eyes glanced over everyone. In the end, his eyes landed on Long Xuanchuang. His eyes glowed with an evil light. Today not only am I going to kill Logan's grandson, but I am also going to taste his granddaughter. A cold light flashed in Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes as a frightening cold energy spread out from her body. Swoosh, an incomparably solid ice sword darted out like a beam of light, sweeping towards Tu Xia with a piercingly cold, murderous intent. However, Tu Xia's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the core transformation realm and was only one step away from the void-piercing realm. He sneered disdainfully and stretched out his right palm. A ball of powerful true essence flickered in his palm. Bang! As the two forces collided, the ice sword shadow Long Xuanchuang released was shattered by Tu Xia. He, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, the icy beauty, really has a personality. I am liking her more and more. Tu Xia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, take down these traitors and leave the little beauty alive. Let's have fun together and have fun however we want. Yes!" Tu Xia was a bloodthirsty and lecherous person, so the guards he brought with him were all the same. Their eyes glowed strangely as they charged at Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang like a pack of ferocious wolves. Suddenly, a strand of extremely dazzling sword light whistled through the air. Everyone's pupils shrank. The sharp sword light was like a stream of light that traversed the galaxy in the night. It was exceptionally bright and beautiful. Hiss! Ah! The sharp sound of flesh being pierced and a brief scream rang out at the same time. In an instant, more than a dozen guards were stabbed and fell to the ground. There was a thin red line on each of their necks that was rapidly becoming thicker. Buzz! An astonishing aura swept out as a peerlessly beautiful figure appeared in front of Long Qingyang and the rest. Luo Mengchang? Tu Xia's expression turned cold as he glared at the other party. The seriousness on Long Qingyang and the rest's faces only deepened. Now that Luo Mengchang had publicly helped them, it meant that she had chosen to become enemies with the Sacred Star Empire's royal family. There was no place for her in Imperial Martial Academy. This was not what Long Qingyang hoped for. At the same time, it was not what Chu Hen wanted to see. Luo Mingchang's beautiful face was exceptionally calm. Her long sword was slanted and emitted a holy splendor. She stared coldly at Tu Xia and said, "Scram if you don't want to die!" Ha 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 ha, what a joke! Tu Xia laughed disdainfully as the lecherous look on his face intensified. "I have to say, I'm really lucky today. I've met 2 of the capital's 4 glamorous beauties in a row. All the luck of my life has gathered on this day, haha. All the luck of your life has indeed gathered on this day, but it's all bad luck." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Mingchang's aura surged and a powerful sword aura rose from her body. An exquisite crescent spiritual tattoo quietly appeared between her brows. An enormous holy aura surged out from her body. Tu Xia's expression changed slightly as he sensed the powerful aura from his opponent. He quickly mobilized his inner force to attack. However, Luo Mengchang had already left her original spot. Her agile and elegant figure turned into a series of shadows in the air as a dazzling sword light pierced everyone's eyes. Hiss! A cold aura spread in all directions, causing everyone's heartstrings to tremble. Bang! Tu Xia fell powerlessly at Luo Mingchang's feet. Endless fear and regret froze on his face as a thin red line quickly flowed out of his neck. A peak 9th level core transformation realm expert was killed with a single sword strike. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest were shocked by the scene before them. No one had expected Luo Mengchang to be so powerful. She was too low-key. If Luo Mengchang had participated in the finals of the Heaven List tournament, the champion's position would have been different. Tu Xia's death caused the soldiers who had followed him to panic. However, they had been on the battlefield and their hands were stained with blood. Despite their panic, they did not retreat. Instead, they fought back and attacked the crowd. Kill! Avenge the general! Then another powerful aura surged over. The terrifying shockwave, which was as vast as the sea, crushed down all the way, cutting off dozens of towering trees at the waist as it whizzed toward them. Long Qingyang and the rest were shocked once again. Another powerhouse of the void-piercing realm. Thank you, Brother Schleijin, for your generous rewards. Thank you for your support. Although I have no hope of getting second place on the flower ranking, my brothers have been very generous with their rewards this month, so I have no regrets. In the blink of an eye, the Divine King has written 1,000,000 words. This is my 8th million words since the first book. Looking back, I've written more than 8,000,000 words. I remember that it was difficult to write an 800-word essay in high school. This feeling was both surprising and inconceivable. The plot of the book had finally begun to unfold. The outline needed to be sorted out. I don't dare to write too fast in the interim. I'll start updating the outline for my brothers after I've planned it out. Everyone knows that my character is guaranteed. Asterisk caret underscore underscore caret asterisk. Chapter 349. Another void-piercing realm expert had arrived. Everyone's expression changed. That vast and majestic aura that was as vast as the sea crushed all the way. Dozens of towering trees were instantly snapped in half. Along with a series of miserable wails, the guards brought by Tu Xian were sent flying as if they had been hit by a mountain. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, their organs ruptured, and their bones shattered. What? Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the others were all stunned. Luo Mingshang's face also showed a hint of surprise. Then a figure with an extraordinary aura appeared in everyone's line of sight. Din Jiang? Long Qingyang raised an eyebrow and exclaimed. The nervousness on their faces faded away one after another, and some gratitude appeared on their faces. The person was the administrator of Tensei Prefecture, Jiang Chong, Din Jiang. He looked up at Long Qingyang and the others, who were in a sorry state due to the rush, and then at the unconscious Chu Hen. He sighed helplessly. There's no need to thank me. Let's go. It was a simple sentence, but it was like a warm current flowing through their hearts. It was common knowledge that a few years ago, the Tensei Prefecture had been suppressed by the imperial family in order to help a student. As a result, it had fallen from the top to the bottom. Now, almost the same situation had happened again. Din Jiang had once again stepped forward, which was truly admirable. Din Jiang, I thank you on behalf of third brother. Long Qingyang said solemnly. The rise of Heavenly Star is all thanks to Chu Hen. I've received his grace, and if I don't do something, I won't be able to rest easy. Din Jiang waved his hand and did not continue speaking. Instead, he gestured for everyone to leave. After all, this was not the time for small talk. Just at this moment, a series of steady footsteps suddenly sounded in their direction. Jiang Chong and Luo Mingshang were the first to sense it, and they looked in the same direction at the same time. This time there were 3 people. All 3 of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, and they were all wearing ordinary robes. Jiang Chong's eyes narrowed. Even with his experience in the imperial capital, he didn't recognize these 3 people. However, he was certain that all 3 of them were experts, especially the green-clothed man standing in the middle. His strength was definitely not inferior to Jiang Chong's. May I know who you are? Jiang Chong asked in a deep voice. However, the 3 of them did not reveal any killing intent. One of them actually took out a piece of paper. There was a person's image on the paper. After a cursory glance, the person in the image was Chu Hen. 9th Elder, it's them. That person said to the green-robed man in the center. Seeing this, Long Qingyang's group became even more cautious, and Luo Mingshang tightened her grip on her sword. Everyone, please don't be nervous. I'm Luo Guan. I'm here to rescue young master Chu Hen on the orders of my young master. The green-clothed man raised his hand slightly and said calmly, Luo Guan. Everyone was bewildered. Long Qingyang asked, May I ask who your master is? Tensei Prefecture, Mufeng. Mufeng? As soon as this was said, the image of a guy who spouted nonsense and couldn't stop talking about women appeared in everyone's minds. Although Long Qingyang was not familiar with Mufeng, he had seen him a few times, and the impression he gave off was comparable to that of a hooligan on the streets. Now it seemed that this guy had a powerful background. "Did you really come from Mufeng?" Jiang Chong asked cautiously. "We have no need to lie to you at a time like this." The middle-aged man called Luo Guan said, "A few days ago we received a letter from my young master saying that a friend of his called Chu Hen was in trouble and asked us to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, the distance between the two places was quite long, and by the time we arrived, we had already learned that you had escaped the capital. I'm very sorry for what happened." Luo Guan then took out a letter and unfolded it in front of everyone. No one could recognize Mu Feng's handwriting, but the words were crooked, which was in line with Mu Feng's frivolous style. The contents of the letter said that they were here to rescue a friend called Chu Hen, and there was a hint of anxiety between the lines. Seeing this, the doubts in everyone's hearts dissipated. "Where are you going next?" "The three of us will escort you the whole way," Luo Guan said. Long Qingyang did not decline, as this was not the time to be courteous. Jiang Chong relaxed a little, as he believed that with the three of them's strength, it would not be difficult to help them leave the Sacred Star Empire. "There's no time to lose. You should leave quickly." "Yes." Long Qingyang nodded, then turned to Jiang Chong and Luo Mingshang with gratitude. "Jiang Chong, Miss Mingshang, thank you both." Luo Mingshang frowned slightly, but said, "I'll go with you for now." "Oh, Miss Mingshang, you're not going back to the capital?" Luo Mingshang shook her head. "I'm not from the Sacred Star Empire, and Mentor Red Lotus has already left, so it doesn't matter if I go or not." Red Lotus and Shilan came from the same place. When Shilan left, Red Lotus did not continue to stay in the Sacred Star Empire. However, the winds and clouds were ever-changing, and the affairs of the world were inconstant. Not long after Shilan left, such a huge change happened to Chu Hen. Without further discussion, Long Qingyang and the rest hurriedly left the place with Luo Guan, Luo Mingshang, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Jiang Chong let out a deep breath, a strange emotion in his murky eyes. If that young man were to return, the Sacred Star Dynasty would probably undergo a drastic change. With the addition of Luo Mingshang and Luo Guan, the group moved much faster, although there were still pursuers running out one after another along the way. Luo Guan took care of them in 2 or 3 moves. This made Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest even more curious about Mu Feng's identity. Who was this unreliable guy? Day and night, the group moved further and further away from the capital of the Sacred Star Empire. After more than half a month, Chu Hen still showed no signs of waking up. Fortunately, his breathing became more stable, and although his face was still pale, at least his signs of life were gradually recovering. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense during this period of time, were finally able to relax a little. After a few days of not seeing any pursuers, they must have shaken off their pursuers. Luo Guan summoned a white sharp eagle as a means of transportation. If they had used the white sharp eagle before, it would have been too obvious and they would have been easily exposed. But it didn't matter now, they could use flying beasts. The white sharp eagle was very fast, almost twice the average speed of the group over the past few days. In less than 10 days, the group left the border of the Sacred Star Empire and arrived at the border of the Misty Wind Empire, on a precipitous cliff of a mountain. The travel-worn Luo Mingshang, Long Qingyang, Luo Guan, and the rest stood at the top of the mountain, gazing at the vast land and water in front of them. There was a river in front of them, and in the middle of the river, there were many islands that looked like small islands. On the other side of the river was an undulating mountain range. The mountains and rivers were interdependent, and the islands were adjacent to each other. White water vapor lingered like a fairy mist, and a flock of egrets soared into the sky. Under the gentle sunlight, they could vaguely see the beautiful rainbow light. The scene in front of them was so beautiful, it was like a paradise on earth. "We've finally arrived at the Hidden Wind region." Long Chu let out a long sigh of relief. His mission was finally completed. "It looks like a paradise, but it's actually filled with a murderous and sinister aura. Luo Guan's eyes narrowed as he murmured. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Long Qingyang nodded and said yes. The hidden Wind region is the border between the Saint Star dynasty and the Misty Wind dynasty. The closer it is to the border, the more crooks and honest people there are. Forces from all over the world gather here. A bitter smile appeared on Long Qingyang's face when he said the word outlaw. Weren't they all fugitives now? Although the hidden Wind region looked calm, it was actually turbulent. But for Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and the rest, it was a place of refuge. As the border between the Sacred Star Empire and the Misty Wind Empire, there was a treaty between the two countries. The hidden Wind region was the border, and no one was allowed to trespass. After all, once they crossed the hidden Wind region, they would enter the territory of the neighboring country. Therefore, even if the Sacred Star Empire knew that Chu Hen and the rest were hiding here, they wouldn't act recklessly, at least on the surface. Are you guys going to stay here from now on? Luo Mengshang asked. I think so, Long Qingyang replied. He had learned from Long Chu that when the incident happened in the capital, Long Zhan had already moved the elderly, children, women, and children of the general's residence to this place. Because no matter what the outcome was, there was no place for them in the Sacred Star Empire. Thinking of this, Long Qingyang couldn't help but blame his father. If he knew that this was a gamble, he should have chosen to fight his way out of the capital with them. That way, father and son wouldn't have to be separated by life and death. Long Qingyang let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. From today onwards, as the eldest son, he would replace Long Zhan and become the master of the Long family. The heavy responsibility of reviving the family fell on his shoulders. Chapter 350. Long Qingyang looked up at the sky, all the emotions he had accumulated over the past few days pouring out. Even though he was filled with endless sorrow, he knew that he had to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the entire clan. In the past month, Long Qingyang seemed to have matured quite a bit. Long Xuanchuang clenched her hands into fists, her eyes glimmering with tears, but she suppressed the sorrow and buried it deep in her heart. Since you've safely arrived at the Hidden Wind region, the three of you should return, Luo Guan said. Please stay for a few more days so that we can prepare some simple tea to express our gratitude, Long Chu said. There's no need to be so polite. Luo Guan declined without hesitation. This is your first time here, so we won't trouble you any further. Long Qingyang nodded and did not try to persuade them to stay. Help me thank young Master Mufeng. I, Long Qingyang, will remember this favor. If there's anything you need me for in the future, Long Qingyang will do everything in my power to help. Young Master Qingyang is too kind. It was nothing much, Luo Guan said with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. They had all observed Long Qingyang's performance on the way here. After such a major incident, it was truly rare for him to reflect on the painful experience and understand his responsibilities in such a short time. After a few words, Luo Guan and the other two left. Luo Mengchang said from the other side, I'll see you off here. Lady Mengchang. Long Qingyang glanced at the unconscious Chu Hen, who was leaning against a nearby stone wall. Third brother should wake up in another 2 or 3 days. Aren't you going to wait for him to wake up? Luo Mengchang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she shook her head. If he asks, tell him that I've returned to Moon City. I understand, Long Qingyang replied. Long Xuanchuang pursed her red lips and said to Luo Mengchang, Thank you. Luo Mengshang nodded slightly and gave a simple response. Luo Mengchang glanced at Chu Hen, then left. About 2 hours later, Long Qingyang's group arrived at a small city called Lang City. This small city was built next to a mountain and a river. The city walls were not very tall, but they were very sturdy. In the Hidden Wind region, where undercurrents were surging, Lang City could be said to be a very rare, safe place. As soon as Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest entered the city, Many people came to greet them. Eldest young master, second young miss, you're here. Where's the patriarch? Aunt Chio, River Earl, Uncle Win. At a glance, the people who were rushing over were the family members of the general's mansion in Raging Rain City. Long Qingyang's eyes felt a little hot at the sight of so many familiar faces, but he suppressed his emotions and put on a strong smile. Father will always be in our hearts. This sentence was like a bolt out of the blue to everyone in the Long family. Even though they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't suppress the outburst of grief. Many elderly people, women, and children were sobbing uncontrollably. However, Long Qingyang continued to hold it in, a smile still on his face. He raised his right hand, his voice trembling as he sobbed. Everyone, from today onwards, I, Long Qingyang, will take good care of this family. As long as I, Long Qingyang, am alive, I will not let any of you come to any harm. The Long family members were touched, but also felt their hearts ache. Everything had happened too suddenly, and Long Qingyang, a youth who was not even 20 years old, had to shoulder everything. At that moment, a team consisting of 200 to 300 people appeared behind the Long family. Most of them were in their 30s or 40s, and each of them exuded an aura of sharpness. This was the kind of temperament that only people who had experienced countless battles on the battlefield could possess. Eldest young master, these are the old subordinates that the general left behind. A tall, dark-skinned man walked up to Long Qingyang and said, this person was called Long Jin, and he was also the captain of the Long family's guards. His previous task was to escort the family's women, children, and elderly here with a few dozen guards. However, there was a reason why Long Zhan had chosen the Hidden Wind region and not other places. First, it was because of the Hidden Wind region's unique geographical location, which was located on the border between the two countries. The Sacred Star Empire did not dare to cross this border openly. There was another reason. It was because General Long Bo had once guarded the border near the Hidden Wind region. The situation in the 100 Kingdoms was rather chaotic, especially between the 6 overlord empires. It was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. 20 years ago, there was a period of time when the relationship between the Misty Wind Empire and the Sacred Star Empire was rather tense. At that time, General Long Bo had been sent to guard this border fortress. Later on, the relationship between the two countries gradually eased. The imperial family then summoned Long Bo back. Due to his advanced age, Long Bo was no longer fit to lead troops, so he returned to his home in Flaming Rain City alone. As for General Long Bo's old subordinates, a portion of them joined other armies, and a small portion chose to stay at the border of the Hidden Wind region. Later on, the news of General Long Bo's passing due to a relapse of his illness reached the Hidden Wind region. Moreover, because the relationship between the two countries had eased, the imperial family rarely asked about the Hidden Wind region. Slowly, some of the old subordinates retired, married, and had children here, and truly integrated into the life of the Hidden Wind region. That was why many of General Long Bo's old subordinates lived in the Hidden Wind region. This was also another reason why Long Zhan had sent his family members here. Even though they had not been on the battlefield for more than a decade, their sharp aura had not faded. They walked forward step by step, and each of them had a very heavy expression on their faces. At the front was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a few scars on his face. Not only did those scars not make him look sinister, but they also made him look valiant. He walked up to Long Qingyang's group, cupped his fists, and knelt on one knee, shouting. General Long Bo's left vanguard, Qi Wanli, pays his respects to young Master Qingyang. General Qi, please get up. You're making things difficult for me. Long Qingyang hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. However, Qi Wanli did not waver, his eyes as sharp as a tiger's. I, Qi Wanli, have followed General Long for 25 years since I was 15 and have shed my blood on the battlefield. General Long has dedicated his life to the Sacred Star Empire, but the heavens are unfair and the imperial family is unjust. After such cruelty, I, Chi Wanli, hereby swear that I will no longer be loyal to the Sacred Star Empire, and will protect Long Bo with my life to repay General Long Bo's kindness. Every word was powerful and incisive. The people at the back shouted in unison, "Protect Long Bo with my life to repay General Long Bo's kindness." Chapter 351. In a spacious and bright room, Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a comfortable bed. What greeted his eyes was a rather refreshing layout. A transparent glass cup was placed on a white marble table. Dozens of beautiful seashells could be seen in the pure water. Through the half-open window, he could see the azure sky outside. A cool breeze blew into the room, carrying with it a faint freshness. Creak! At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open. A delicate-looking girl walked in. When she saw Chu Hen sitting up, the basin of water in her hands fell to the ground. "Young Master Hen, you're awake? That's great. Luar." Chu Hen softly called out the other party's name in a weak voice. He recognized the person in front of him. She was a servant girl from the Long family of Flame Rain City. "Where am I?" Chu Hen's eyes were filled with deep confusion. "Young Master Hen, we're in Lang City of the Hidden Wind region." Lu was both surprised and delighted. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Hen, I'll go find young Master Qingyang." Compared to the past, Lang City seemed a little different these days. It was livelier, and the atmosphere was much heavier than before. "Young Master Qingyang, I've already sent a letter to all of General Long's old subordinates living in the Hidden Wind region yesterday. More than 80% of them are willing to join the Long army and help young Master Qingyang rebuild the Long family's reputation." Chi Wanli, the vanguard of Yuan Long Bo's old subordinates, spoke in a powerful voice. Back then, Long Bo's old subordinates had been left behind in the Hidden Wind region. 80% of them were around 800 people. This number wasn't a lot, but it was a solid backing for the entire Long family. Long Qingyang was both moved and ashamed. "General Qi, I'm truly ashamed to have disturbed your lives after so many years. Young Master Qingyang, you're treating me like an outsider." Chi Wanli raised his hand slightly. His eyes were filled with determination. If the imperial family of the Sacred Star dynasty didn't forcefully summon the old general back, how could we cower in the Hidden Wind region? There will be no war between the 6 nations. In the eyes of us brothers, there will be no more generals after Long Bo. All these years, we haven't stopped reminiscing about the days when we followed the old general to conquer the East and the West, and when we were drunk on the battlefield. Unfortunately, time and tide wait for no man. The old general's departure left us with no place to develop our lofty aspirations. Perhaps this is another chance that the heavens have given us. Let us follow the general and stir up another storm. Although I, Chi Wanli, am already 40 years old, I can still hold a saber. There was no war to be fought between the 6 nations. After Long Bo, there were no more generals. Long Qingyang clenched his fists as he listened to Chi Wanli's heartfelt words, his eyes burning with passion. If grandfather knew that his former subordinates cared so much about his family, he would definitely be overjoyed in the underworld. "Young Master Qingyang, let's discuss our plans for the future. Although the Hidden Wind region isn't big, it's a mixed bag of good and bad people. There are many people from all walks of life in the cities around Lang City. However, it's undeniable that the Hidden Wind region is a fertile region. If we want to establish ourselves in this region, we need to develop our own forces. Having lived here for more than 10 years, Chi Wanli was very familiar with the situation in the Hidden Wind region. There were many large factions living here, as well as many fugitives. Even a small and peaceful place like Lang City would be disturbed by people from all walks of life from time to time. If Long Qingyang wanted to restore his family, the first step was to establish a foothold in this dangerous place. And establishing his own forces was a must in just a short month. Long Qingyang had gone from a disciple of the martial house to the head of the family. The pressure was immense, and the courage on his shoulders was immense, but he knew that no matter how great the pressure was, no matter how heavy the burden, he had to carry it. Young Master Qingyang, young Master Hen is awake. Just then, Lu hurried over. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, they temporarily stopped what they were doing and headed towards Chu Hen's room. However, when they arrived at the room, they found that the bed was empty and Chu Hen was nowhere to be found. Young Master Hen. Lu panicked. Young Master Qingyang, he was here just now. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have kept an eye on him. Long Qingyang shook his head and sighed softly. It's fine, he'll be fine. The peak of the mountain behind Lang City. Standing on the peak, one could see the entire Lang City in a panoramic view. This exquisite and peaceful little city was built next to a mountain and next to a river. The scenery was picturesque, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort in the gentle breeze. Chu Hen sat on a rock at the edge of the cliff. The warm sunlight shone on his pale face, making it seem almost transparent. In this 1 month's time, Chu Hen's figure had slimmed down quite a bit. His firm and resolute outline was clearly defined, as if it was carved by a carving knife. Within his handsomeness, there was a trace of fierceness. Do you want to jump? A cold voice suddenly came from behind. It was a tall and slender figure, a beautiful face and elegant red lips with a hint of elegance. Long Xuan walked to his side. Chu Hen raised his eyelids slightly, and the corners of his lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. It seems that ever since I was young, you've always been the first to find me whenever I've disappeared. That's right. I don't know why that is either. Long Xuan sat down next to Chu Hen. The cool mountain breeze blew a strand of hair from her face, and her red lips parted slightly. Do you think that I've always hated you? That I've treated you like an outsider? A little bit. I did hate you when I was young, but you just had to follow behind me every day. I was so annoyed that I wanted to beat you up a few times, but every time I got angry, I would think of something my father told me. Long Xuan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly. She looked at Chu Hen's handsome side profile and said, He told me, Xuan, don't hate your little brother. Although his surname isn't long, the heavens sent him to our family. He's the same as you and Big Brother, a precious gift from the heavens to the Long family. Chu Hen's body couldn't help but tremble, and he clenched his hands tightly together. Long Xuan gently pulled Chu Hen into her embrace and leaned her head on his shoulder. There's no need to blame yourself. No one will blame you. Father knows that no matter what he did, it was only to protect the precious gift that the heavens gave to the Long family. At this moment, Long Xuan revealed the gentleness of an older sister. The rims of Chu Hen's eyes reddened, but his face revealed a smile that he hadn't shown in a long time. He let out a long sigh and said in a choked voice, Second sister, do you know that I've had a question in my heart since I was young? What question? I've always thought that a cold woman like you would be like an ice cube in my arms, and that no man would dare to want you in the future. But now I know it's just as I thought. Bastard, believe it or not, I'll kick you down the cliff. I have the purple shadow wings. I won't fall to my death, ha 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 ha. Humph, my ice soul battle body can freeze you to tears. A hearty smile that hadn't appeared for more than a month returned to Chu Hen and Long Xuan's faces. At least for now, they could only bury their longing for Long Zhan in their hearts. At this moment, on another mountain peak. Chapter 352. After a long journey, Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, Long Xuan, and the rest of the Long family finally settled down in Lang City in the following period of time. Chu Hen also learned from Long Qingyang about the plan to build his own force in the Hidden Wind region. Of course, this was not something that could be done overnight. Many things needed to be carefully thought out, and detailed preparations and planning were needed. Chu Hen was not good at this, so he still focused on cultivation. Long Qingyang seemed to know that this was not Chu Hen's forte, so he did not force him to participate. He would only ask him to be present when there were important matters to discuss. Half a month later, in a forest in a mountain range dozens of miles southwest of Lang City, an elegant and otherworldly figure was rapidly moving through the forest. A piercingly cold and majestic aura lingered around his body. He held a sharp black saber in his right hand, and a powerful saber aura filled the air. Wherever it went, the ground and the surrounding tree trunks were left with long, narrow, and deep saber patterns. Buzz! The space trembled slightly as the figure swung the saber in his hand. A dazzling saber light shot out, cutting down dozens of towering trees, and then collided with a black figure. Roar, along with a low, sorrowful howl. Blood splashed in the air. The black figure immediately fell to the ground, flattening a large patch of vegetation and dragging a trail dozens of meters on the ground before coming to a stop. Then, the young figure with the black saber landed beside the black figure in a flash. The latter was a monster that was 7 to 8 meters wide and looked like a tiger. The saber wound ran from its neck all the way to its abdomen, and scarlet blood flowed out rapidly along with its life force. The 8th one! Chu Hen murmured as he looked at the monster's corpse on the ground. His bright eyes shone with a cold light like the limitless fong in his hand. He had come to this mountain range at daybreak this morning. He wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, but he didn't expect that there would be so many monsters in this mountain range. Moreover, there were many ferocious beasts at the spirit beast level. He wanted to find a quiet place, but to no avail, so he decided to practice his combat skills here. However, up until now, none of the spirit beasts he had encountered could withstand a single slash from Chu Hen. After more than 10 days of recuperation, Chu Hen's injuries had completely healed. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the core transformation realm. Previously in the Imperial City, due to Long Zhan's death, it caused Chu Hen to lose control in his rage. Because of that, he directly released all the 7-star energy stored in his Dantian's Sea of Qi. The immense power of the stars caused his cultivation to jump 3 levels in an instant. He was only 1 step away from the void-piercing realm. As he stared at the scorching midday sun, Chu Hen let out a sigh of relief. He then took out the tiger-shaped spirit beast's beast core and said, "Forget it, let's go back." Buzz, however, at this moment, an extremely cold aura suddenly swept in this direction. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and coldly swept his gaze over. He saw that the trees in front of him were being crushed and cut down. A cold and solemn gale whistled over, and a huge monster immediately rushed out, uprooting mountains and trees. This was a spirit beast that was more than 50 meters in size. Its appearance was like an ox, but it walked upright. On its huge head, a pair of scarlet eyes seemed to be spewing out substantial flames. Its dark red leather armor was unusually thick and sturdy. Its hind legs were hooves, and its forearms were claws. Its raging aura was like a small mountain, mad devil ox beast. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of playfulness appeared between his brows. Finally, a somewhat decent big fellow has come. This mad devil ox beast could be said to be in existence at the top of the pyramid of spirit beasts. Although it was also a spirit beast, it had the opportunity to evolve into a beast king. From the other party's aura, it could be clearly determined that this mad devil ox beast was already halfway to evolving into a beast king. It was equivalent to a human expert who was half a step into the void-piercing realm. Moo! As soon as the mad devil ox beast saw Chu Hen, it immediately pounced towards him. A scorching wave of air gushed out from its wide mouth. As soon as the surrounding vegetation came into contact with the other party's breath, it immediately withered. It was aggressive, like a mountain pressing down on him. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on Chu Hen's face. Even his eyes did not have the slightest ripple. When this huge monster rushed in front of him, Chu Hen suddenly exploded. He leaped up and arrived in front of the other party like a flowing light. He lifted his leg and threw a heavy kick at the other party's lower jaw. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air rippled and a bright, silver starlight bloomed. The mad devil ox beast, which was like a small mountain, suddenly flew out like a big sandbag. It heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. However, not only was the mad devil ox beast powerful, its defense was also very terrifying. After suffering such a powerful blow from Chu Hen, it quickly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Then it pounced towards Chu Hen again in an incomparable rage. A vast and majestic demonic energy exploded from its body. Then it raised its huge, drum-like claws and fanned out. Strong winds were created, and the air was filled with the power of rolling thunder. The mad devil ox beast's speed was extremely fast. Its paw had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Humph! Chu Hen sneered and said in a low voice, "I'll use you to practice the arcade movement technique. Whoosh!" As soon as he finished speaking, a bright silver starlight bloomed from Chu Hen's body. In the next instant, he instantly flashed away from his original spot like a shooting star in the night sky. The mad devil ox beast slammed its paw heavily on the ground. Immediately, sand and stones flew everywhere, and dust flew everywhere. A huge pit appeared at the place where the other party was a second ago. The mad devil ox beast was extremely shocked and angry at Chu Hen's sudden disappearance. In an instant, a sharp silver afterimage appeared in the air in front of the mad devil ox beast. The silver afterimage seemed somewhat distorted, as if it was being viewed through water. Moo! The mad devil ox beast didn't hesitate. It opened its mouth and spat out an incomparably hot gray fireball towards Chu Hen. But immediately after, a silver light bloomed from Chu Hen's body, and he disappeared from his original spot. Then he left a beautiful arc in the air and immediately appeared behind the mad devil ox beast. Chu Hen's movement speed was extremely fast, like a ghost in the night. Every time he flashed, he would disappear from his original position like a flash of light. The Alcade chapter in the 7-star scripture had 3 parts. The first was the Alcade star flash, the second was the Alcade slash, and the third was the Alcade movement technique. The Alcade movement technique was about using the power of the stars to explode in an instant, increasing one's speed to the maximum in a very short period of time. It looked like a twinkling star. This looked very simple, but it was not an easy thing to actually do. In particular, the control of the true origin energy had to be extremely precise. When he first started practicing, Chu Hen could at most flash twice in a row. When he reached the small success stage, he could flash more than 10 times in a row. When he reached the large success stage, he could flash 100 times in a row. Imagine flashing 100 times in the blink of an eye. In the process of fighting with someone, the enemy would probably be blinded by the dazzling light and shadows. How would they be able to distinguish between north, south, east, west? Whoosh! Every time Chu Hen flashed, he had to pause for a moment before he could do it again. But even so, the mad devil ox beast was still being played around by him. The mad devil ox beast was unable to contain its anger, and it continued to unleash wave after wave of violent energy. The area within a radius of 100 meters was almost flattened, and a thick layer of soil was scraped off. But it still couldn't touch a single hair on Chu Hen's head. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the mad devil ox beast was almost exhausted, and at this moment, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly exploded with 2 piercingly cold rays of light. 2 flashes in a row. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared about 5 meters in front of the mad devil ox beast. The mad devil ox beast had just raised its sharp claws and was about to claw at Chu Hen, but Chu Hen didn't stop at all. He drew a bright ray of light in the air and once again approached the mad devil ox beast. Buzz, buzz! Chu Hen's right fist exploded with a domineering black light. With a loud bang, the incomparably powerful fist landed solidly on the mad devil ox beast's chest. Bang! Chapter 353. Bang! An extremely dull explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. Chu Hen's fist, which was enveloped in a dense black glow, solidly smashed into the center of the mad devil ox beast's body. The terrifying impact that was comparable to a torrent surged violently. The thick scale armor on the chest of the mad devil ox beast was directly split open. Like shattered glass, scarlet fresh blood continuously spurted out. Immediately after, the mad devil ox beast's huge body was once again sent flying. It heavily smashed into the ground, flattening a large area of rubble. Moo! The mad devil ox beast let out a low whine. Its huge red eyes were filled with fear and dread. At this moment, it finally understood that the seemingly weak human in front of it was an existence that it could not afford to offend at all. Immediately, it hurriedly crawled up from the ground, turned around, and fled. Huh! This time, it was Chu Hen's turn to be slightly startled. This fellow's defense was indeed not just for show. He had used more than 70% of his strength in that punch just now. Logically speaking, even if he was unable to kill it with a single punch, it should have been unable to get up from the ground. However, it seemed that it had only suffered some light injuries. The strength of a demonic beast's physique was indeed not something that a human could compare with. Since the mad devil ox beast was fleeing, Chu Hen naturally would not let it get away so easily. His figure immediately moved, drawing a bright and dazzling silver streak of light in the air. Like a shooting star in the dark night, he chased after it at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the dense aura of death from Chu Hen's body, the mad devil ox beast fled at an extremely fast speed. However, Chu Hen was not in a hurry. As he chased after it, he continued to practice the Alcade body technique. In the deep and bustling forest of the mountain range, Chu Hen continuously left bright and resplendent streaks of light in the air. From afar, it looked like one meteor after another flashed past. His speed was incomparably swift and violent, and his speed was extremely fast. The naked eye of an ordinary person could not keep up with Chu Hen's speed at all. Every time Chu Hen completed a flash of acceleration, before the previous streak of light had even dissipated, he had already arrived at the next location. He appeared and disappeared mysteriously, dazzling the eyes of others. Moo! As they chased each other, countless birds and beasts in the forest were startled away. Very soon, Chu Hen had actually chased him into a valley. The valley was overgrown with plants and flowers. Huge rocks were piled up like small mounds of dirt. Due to the fact that the mad devil ox beast was already exhausted by Chu Hen, its speed had clearly slowed down. A faint playful smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Then he suddenly accelerated. With a swoosh sound, a long and narrow silver light streaked across the sky. With an incomparably rapid and sharp wind breaking momentum, Chu Hen's flash directly crossed the distance of more than 200 meters. If it was just an ordinary leap of 100 or 200 meters, it was nothing for Wu Xiao. However, Chu Hen completed the movement in the blink of an eye. This kind of speed was already not inferior to a void-piercing realm expert. Chu Hen, who had immediately flashed to the front of the mad devil ox beast, directly leaped above its head. He stretched out his left hand, and an extremely restless and huge power of the stars condensed and jumped in the palm of his hand. He quickly stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on the other party's huge head. Hum! In the next second, a brilliance as bright as the sun burst out from Chu Hen's palm. An incomparably tyrannical force of over 10,000 caddies came pouring down. The space trembled violently, and a vigorous energy riot spread out like water ripples. Waves of blood, mist drifted down like red rain. The mad devil ox beast immediately let out an incomparably miserable cry. Its huge body, which was dozens of meters wide, collapsed with a loud bang like a small mountain, heavily smashing onto the ground, causing a strong gust of wind and dust to splash up. Swish! Chu Hen descended from the sky and looked at the mad Devilox beast lying in front of him. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. This big fellow's entire body was definitely a treasure. After all, it was only a tyrannical, fierce beast second only to a beast king. The total value of this mad devil ox beast was at least 300,000 high-grade origin crystal stones. If it was brought to the black market or auction house, it might even double its value. And if it was a beast king level demonic beast that was equivalent to a human void piercing realm, the worst would be worth more than 1 million high-grade crystal stones. Think about it. When Chu Hen was in Flame of Rain City in the past, he only had a few mid-grade crystal stones every month. A high-grade crystal stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade crystal stones. 1 million high-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 100 mid-grade crystal stones. The difference between the past and the present could not be said to be small. Immediately, Chu Hen took out the limitless tooth, broke open the mad Devilox beast's head, and took out a blood-stained beast core. This beast core was 2 times bigger than a red date. It was dark red in color, and there was an extremely pure demonic energy surging within it. If I were to sell it at the Inscription Masters Guild, this beast core should be able to sell for double the price. Chu Hen muttered to himself softly. The demonic energy contained in the mad Devilox beast's beast core was extremely stable. If it was used to set up tool inscriptions during weapon refinement, the success rate of tool inscriptions would be greatly increased by introducing the energy contained in the beast core. This was what Chu Hen learned from the inherited memory left behind by the first clan leader of St. Bell City, Lei Huan. For example, when Yudao Wenhong and Zhutong helped him repair the illusory spirit bell and inscribe the heaven energy tool inscription on the bell, there were many accidents, and it was extremely tiring. Although they managed to get through it without any mishap, it also showed that there was quite a bit of risk when inscriptionists were setting up tool inscriptions. If they had used this mad Devilox beast's beast core to assist them, most likely only Yuda and Zhutong would have been able to successfully set up the tool inscription. Of course, not everyone could enjoy a beast core of the mad Devilox beast level. Other than some spirit inscriptionists, nobody dared to provoke such a rude and unreasonable big fellow. Immediately, Chu Hen stored the mad Devilox beast's carcass into his storage ring and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly ran out from a rock behind Chu Hen. "Hello, can you wait for a moment?" The crisp voice was like that of an oriole, pleasing to the ears. Chu Hen was taken aback as he turned around to look at the other party in surprise. It was a young woman who was about 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was fair, and her facial features were exquisite. She was a beautiful woman. She carried a small basket on her back and held a small hammer in her hand. Her slender fingers were stained with some mud. She seemed to be a herb gatherer who was here to collect metal materials or medicinal herbs. However, Chu Hen did not dare to treat her as an ordinary herb gatherer. She had been hiding here for such a long time, but he had not discovered her even with his strength. In addition, she was not dressed like a girl from an ordinary family at all. However, there was no malice in her eyes. Chu Hen's vigilance was reduced quite a bit. "What do you want?" Chu Hen replied indifferently. "Well, you're a pattern tattooist, right?" The woman took 2 steps forward and looked at Chu Hen with her bright eyes. Chu Hen was even more surprised. He did not release any Reiki energy waves. How did she know that he was a pattern tattooist? Without waiting for Chu Hen to say anything, the woman continued to ask, "May I ask if you're a pattern tattooist in the field of refining?" There seemed to be some anticipation in her beautiful eyes. "What do you want?" Chu Hen opened his mouth and asked, "I want to ask you for a favor. Help?" Chu Hen could not help but find it funny. He suddenly met a stranger in the wilderness and said that he wanted to ask for help. Was it because the other party was not guarded or because he had a good face? Hello, I'm Su Yurong. What about you? The woman extended her dusty hand and said politely. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and said with slight surprise, You're surnamed Su? You're from the Su clan? Today, Chu Hen had already been in Lang City for more than 20 days. He had a rough understanding of the various powers in the Hidden Wind region. 50 miles away from Lang City, there was a Hook City. The biggest power in this Hook City was the Su clan. The Su clan was a weapon-crafting aristocratic family. They passed down weapon-crafting techniques from generation to generation. There were countless experts in the clan, and there were more than 10 high-level pattern tattooists. With this kind of background, they could be considered a tyrant in the Hidden Wind region. And the woman nodded and replied without hesitation, I'm the eldest daughter of the Su clan. The surprise came one after another. The person in front of him was actually the eldest daughter of the Su clan, Su Yurong. Chu Hen did not seem to suspect the other party's identity. It was very simple. From the beginning, she had been hiding behind a rock. With his ability, he actually did not discover her. There were only 2 reasons for this. One was that the other party's cultivation base was stronger than his, but this did not seem possible. The other reason was that the other party had a treasure that concealed her aura. Such a treasure could be said to be priceless and hard to find. It was not something that a child of an ordinary family could possess. The other party's identity and background were most likely real. However, what puzzled Chu Hen was that the dignified eldest daughter of the Su clan would need his help. I was born with a very keen sense of Reiki energy. Although you didn't release any Reiki energy, I can still sense the fluctuation of your energy. Su Yurong lifted her eyes to look at Chu Hen and repeated the question from before. Are you a pattern tattooist in the weapon crafting field? No. Chu Hen directly denied. Su Yurong's eyes quickly dimmed and revealed a hint of disappointment. I'm sorry to disturb you. Just as she smiled apologetically and was about to turn around to leave, Chu Hen spoke again. But I've set up tool tattoos before. Tool tattoos? What grade of tool tattoos? Su Yurong turned around and asked. Chapter 354. The moment she heard the words heavenly energy tool marking, Su Yurong's dim eyes instantly revealed a look of astonishment. The youth in front of her, who was about the same age as her, had actually set up a heavenly energy tool marking? Any inscription master in the field of equipment refining would naturally know of this type of tool marking. The power of this type of tool marking was extremely strong, and the runes were extremely restless. If it wasn't handled well, it would easily cause the runes to backfire and heavily injure the caster. But seeing that Chu Hen's expression didn't seem to be lying in the slightest, Su Yurong hesitated for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes lit up and she said, Help me! Chu Hen smiled and said, Before I help you, shouldn't you explain the cause and effect of the matter clearly? Su Yurong smiled embarrassedly and continued, Let's talk as we walk. Where to? Hook City. In the following conversation, Chu Hen found out about the cause and effect of the matter. Su Yurong was the only daughter of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, and other than Su Yurong, Su Hao had also taken in a foster son, Su Dingfeng. Since she was young, Su Yurong had revealed shocking natural talent in equipment refining. Coupled with her outstanding talent in the art of Dao markings, she had reached the level of a 6th grade high-grade inscription master at such a young age. However, Su Yurong's foster brother, Su Dingfeng, had similarly outstanding talent. Although he was a few years older than Su Yurong, he also had the attainments of a 6th grade high-grade inscription master. Originally, it was the Su clan's fortune to have produced these 2 stunning and outstanding artifact forging geniuses. But who would have thought that 2 years ago, due to an accident in Su Hao's equipment forging, the backlash from the power of the runes caused him to suffer an extremely heavy injury, and he was practically reduced to an ordinary person. The original patriarch of the family had suffered such an unforeseen event. What Su Yurong couldn't tolerate the most was that her foster brother, Su Dingfeng, actually wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the position of patriarch and take the entire Su clan for himself. With Su Dingfeng's strength alone, it was naturally difficult for him to replace the position of patriarch. However, Su Dingfeng had the support of the second elder and the third elder. In the beginning, Su Hao was still able to suppress everyone. However, in the past 2 years, Su Hao's body was deteriorating day by day, and he was no longer as majestic as before. During the family meeting, the second elder, the third elder, and many of the higher-ups of the family repeatedly requested for Su Dingfeng to be the candidate for the patriarch position. Fortunately, the great elder stood on Su Hao's side. The great elder firmly believed that Su Yurong should take over as clan leader. As a woman, Su Yurong should not have taken over the Su family's power, but she really did not wish to see Su Dingfeng, this ungrateful wolf, seize the family's hundreds of years of inheritance. In addition to Su Hao's insistence, Su Yurong had no choice but to participate in the fight for the clan leader position with Su Dingfeng. The Su family was a family of artificers, so naturally the way to elect their patriarch was through artificers. However, Su Yurong's and Su Dingfeng's weapon forging skills were almost on par. In addition, both of them were 6th grade high-level inscriptionists. After competing several times, it always ended in a draw. Su Dingfeng could not defeat Su Yurong, so naturally he would not be able to convince the masses and would not be able to take over the position of clan leader. In the end, the higher-ups of the family suddenly set up a new rule, which was that Su Dingfeng and Su Yurong would each find a helper to refine a weapon together, and the one who refined the best weapon in the end would determine the winner. Find a helper to refine a weapon? Chu Hen could not help but find it a little funny. They can really think of such an idea. Even if Su Dingfeng won against you, he would still be borrowing the strength of others. How would he be able to convince the masses? Su Yurong shook her head, and a helpless, bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You don't know. To us artificers, cooperation, connections, and personal ability, these 3 factors are the most important. Her voice paused slightly, then Su Yurong continued. First of all, cooperation. When you're setting up a high-level tool rune, if you can't complete it by yourself, you'll need the help of other artificers. As for connections, you should be clear that to the family this is absolutely necessary. As for personal ability, there's no need to mention it. I see. Chu Hen nodded his head. From the looks of it, the new competition rules could be said to be reasonable and reasonable. If it was just an open and above-board competition, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that Su Dingfeng had bribed all the high-level artificers in Goga City, and even the high-level artificers in the nearby cities had been bewitched by him. Thus, not a single person was willing to help me. The people I found were either of a lower level of attainment or were proficient in other fields. At this point, Su Yurong knew that there was no hope of turning the tables. Rather than staying at home and feeling vexed, she came alone to this mountain range to collect rare metals and materials, and used this to relax. But she never thought that she would meet Chu Hen, who had been chasing after the mad devil ox beast in the valley. Relying on her innately strong senses, she sensed the Reiki energy undulations in Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace. Moreover, the undulations of this Reiki energy were at least at the level of a high-level 5th grade artificer. Although this wasn't the most suitable partner for Su Yurong, she had no other choice. I don't need to defeat Su Dingfeng. I just need to be on par with him, Su Yurong said. Chu Hen smiled. You just don't have confidence in me. Su Yurong didn't deny it. In her opinion, the partner that Su Dingfeng had found was most likely at the same level as him, a 6th grade artificer. While Chu Hen was only at the 5th grade, in comparison, Su Yurong wasn't particularly confident, even if they were to fight to a draw. Is there a reward for helping you? Chu Hen asked indifferently. Su Yurong nodded. Of course, I don't like to owe people favors. When this matter is over, I will give you a generous reward. Chu Hen didn't say anything else. About 4 hours later, under Su Yurong's lead, Chu Hen arrived at Goga City. This was a bustling city. The tall city gate exuded a majestic aura. The wide streets were bustling with people coming and going, and in this city the sounds of metal and iron colliding could be heard everywhere. Most of the people in our Goga City know how to forge, and the metal or business is the mainstream. As if noticing that it was Chu Hen's first time here, Su Yurong explained the situation of Goga City with great interest. Out of politeness, Chu Hen listened attentively. After a while, Su Yurong brought Chu Hen to the Su family. As the #1 artificer aristocratic family in Goga City, the Su family's entrance could be said to be unusually imposing. On both sides of the tall courtyard gate, there were stone lions over 3 meters tall squatting. The guards in front of the gate had a rather sharp aura. Just this aura alone was not inferior to the Sacred Star Dynasty's marquee residence in the capital city. First Miss. The guards at the gate bowed respectfully. Su Yurong waved her hand slightly, and then brought Chu Hen directly into the inner courtyard of the Su family. Seeing that Su Yurong had brought back an unfamiliar man, everyone in the Su family looked over in astonishment. Many of the younger generation of the family were surprised, suspicious, and somewhat disdainful. Who is that person? I don't know. I don't think I've seen this person before. He can't be the helper that first Miss invited back, right? Looks like there's definitely no hope for tomorrow. Senior Ding Feng will definitely win. Everyone was familiar with some of the geniuses in the Hidden Wind region. However, Chu Hen's face was really too unfamiliar, especially since he was too young. They reckoned that his attainments in the Dao pattern technique would not be too high. It seemed that Su Yurong was also at her wit's end, and casually brought back a person from outside. Su Yurong acted as if she did not hear the whispers of the surrounding people. She arranged a guest room in the west wing for Chu Hen. I'll have to trouble you to stay here today. I'll ask a servant to send some food over at night. Looking at the spacious and bright bedroom, Chu Hen smiled and said, "This is the first time I've stayed in such a good room. How can you say that it's inconvenient?" "Is that so?" Su Yurong did not believe it. Although Chu Hen did not look like a wealthy person, he had an innate heroic aura. Su Yurong had personally witnessed his strength in the martial way. She had always thought that Chu Hen was a low-profile genius from some big family who came out to gain experience. Without thinking too much, Su Yurong took out a scroll and passed it to him. "There are 3 kinds of tool inscriptions here. Take a look and see if you know how to arrange them." "Yes." Chu Hen took the scroll and walked to the side of the table in the room. Then he unfolded the scroll and laid it flat on the table. The arrangement of the 3 densely packed runes was immediately presented in front of his eyes. 9 Thunder Tool Inscription. Chu Hen only took a glance at it before he knew the name of the first tool inscription. Inscribing this tool inscription on the body of the weapon can attract the energy of thunder and lightning. The supplementary material requires an extremely precious and rare metal like the Thunder Spirit Crystal as the main supplementary material. Su Yurong's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked, "What about the second tool inscription?" Water and Fire Tool Inscription. This is a higher grade tool inscription. When it's inscribed on a weapon, it can release the power of water and fire. Before Su Yurong could ask, Chu Hen had already looked at the last rune arrangement. He only took a glance at the first half of it before he said, without hesitation, "Spiritual Tool Inscription. This is a true high-grade talisman. Its level is only slightly lower than the Heaven Energy Talisman. Weapons refined with this spiritual tool inscription can reach the ranks of ordinary spirit weapons." Su Yurong was even more surprised. He actually knew so much. It seemed like she did not find the wrong person. "What kind of tool inscription do you want to inscribe?" Chu Hen asked. Su Yurong was stunned for a moment before she replied, "You and I definitely can't inscribe the spiritual tool inscription. With Su Dingfeng's ability, he can't complete the spiritual tool inscription as well. It's very likely that he'll inscribe the ice weapon inscription tomorrow. There was a hint of nervousness in her eyes as she looked at Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen replied without hesitation. The ice firearm rune has 300 high-grade runes and 280 mid-grade runes. If you can bear the burden of 200 high-grade runes and 100 mid-grade runes, I can help you complete it. Chapter 355. The ice firearm rune has 300 high-grade runes and 280 intermediate-grade runes. If you can bear the burden of 200 high-grade runes and 100 intermediate-grade runes, I can help you finish setting up the tool rune. A calm and indifferent sentence came out of Chu Hen's mouth, lightly. Su Yorong's fine brows relaxed as she looked at him with a strange expression. Chu Hen revealed a puzzled expression. Is there a problem? No. Su Yorong shook her head as she was slightly surprised in her heart. Originally, according to her plan, she would be responsible for 300 high-grade runes by herself, while Chu Hen only needed to control the 280 mid-grade runes. But if that was the case, Su Yorong's pressure would be extremely great. Now that Chu Hen had replaced the 100 high-grade runes with 100 intermediate-grade runes, Su Yorong was almost 100% confident that she could complete the inscription of the ice firearm rune. Of course, the precondition was that Chu Hen didn't boast about it. Su Yorong's suspicions lessened slightly when she saw the faint calmness in Chu Hen's gaze, and she continued to ask, Then let's discuss the division of work next. Chu Hen nodded. Although he didn't know what would happen tomorrow, he could tell from Su Yorong's serious expression that she attached great importance to the competition tomorrow. Since he'd already promised to help others, he would try his best to do it. Su Yorong stayed at Chu Hen's side until dusk before leaving. The two of them discussed the division of work properly and clarified every part of the plan. Although Chu Hen had only set up the Heavenly Energy Tool rune once, the knowledge and content of the Tao pattern technique that he'd mastered had already reached the level of a spirit tattoo master. If they were to really talk about the understanding of the Tao pattern technique of equipment refinement, Su Yorong was probably a few levels lower than Chu Hen. No matter what Su Yorong said, she only had to say it once, and it was enough. At night, a servant girl of the Su family sent a sumptuous meal to Chu Hen. After Chu Hen finished his meal, he started to cultivate the Alcade chapter of the 7-star scripture as usual to absorb the energy of the 7 stars. Take all the food out. Patriarch, you should at least eat a little. You haven't eaten for 2 days. I told you to take it out, didn't you hear me? Along with a deep reprimand, a few maids submissively walked out of a large hall. As soon as they came out, they met Su Yorong, who had come here. Eldest miss, Su Yorong sighed softly as she looked at the frightened and aggrieved maids. Then she took a bowl of steaming millet porridge from one of the maids and said, All of you can leave first. Yes, miss. Then Su Yorong carried the millet porridge into the main hall. A thin, pale, middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s was sitting at the top of the empty hall. However, everyone in Hook Path City knew that the Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, was actually only around the age of 40, and because of a mistake in weapon refinement 2 years ago, he'd suffered backlash from the energy of talismans, causing him to practically become a cripple. Since then, Su Hao's temperament had changed greatly. Coupled with the recent major events that had taken place in the family, he seemed to have aged a lot. Father, Roma, you're back? Su Hao's expression eased up a lot when he saw Su Yorong. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed as well. Father, did you lose your temper again? Su Hao clenched his fists lightly and sighed helplessly. He said, I just couldn't control myself. That's right. Tomorrow is the deadline for the competition. Did you find a helper? I found one. Su Yorong placed the millet porridge in front of him. Oh, Su Yorong's eyes lit up. Which clan's disciple is he from? Su Yorong shook her head. I only know that his name is Chu Hen. I met him by accident when I went out to collect ores today. The moment Su Hao heard this, his eyes dimmed a little. His face was filled with disappointment that could not be concealed. There was no weapon refinement clan with the surname Chu in the Hidden Wind region. Moreover, it was a random person that they met halfway. It sounded a little ridiculous. Even so, Su Hao continued to ask, how's his attainment in the Tao inscription technique? A grade 5 high-grade inscription master. Grade 5? Su Hao's frown deepened. Yes, Father, that Su Dingfeng will definitely use the ice firearm inscription to refine weapons tomorrow. As long as I set up the ice firearm inscription, I won't lose. If we don't lose, we'll have a chance to protect the Su family's foundation. Su Yurong voiced out her thoughts. Alas! Su Hao let out a long sigh. A trace of self-mockery could be seen between his brows. I can only blame myself for trusting that ingrate Su Dingfeng too much. I gave him most of the family business to manage. I didn't expect that he would be so impatient to sit in my position so soon. Father, don't worry. I definitely won't let Su Dingfeng have his way. It's really been hard on you. However, is that person called Chu Hen reliable? Su Yurong pursed her red lips lightly. She hesitated for a moment before saying, although it's the first time we've met, he doesn't seem like a sinister person. Father, you don't know, but he's about the same age as me. Not only is he a grade 5 high-grade inscription master, his cultivation in the martial Tao is extremely strong. I saw him kill a mad devil ox beast with a single palm strike. However, upon hearing this, Su Hao wasn't happy. Instead, he became even more worried. He sighed in his heart. At this age, he's still focusing on the martial Tao. Then, how high can his level in the Tao inscription technique be? However, Su Hao didn't want to dampen his daughter's enthusiasm. After all, he was at his wit's end. Late at night, the Su clan was completely silent. A silver beam of light that originated from the Nine Heavens galaxy descended from the sky, connecting to a room in the west wing. The resplendent light beam was like a god, like a stream of spring water cast by the Milky Way. However, not a single person was able to see this light. Even though it was dazzling in the dark night, only Chu Hen was able to sense it. Phew! In the room, Chu Hen, who had just woken up from his cultivation, let out a breath of turbid air. His opened eyes flickered with a bright light. The silver beam of light that pierced through the top of his head was like an aurora. It pierced through the sky and disappeared into the vast Milky Way. Under normal circumstances, Chu Hen would cultivate until the sun rose every time before ending his cultivation. However, in recent days, the true origin energy in his body had become particularly active and restless. The origin core in his Dantian's qi, si, seemed to have an incomparably huge fluctuation of power. It was about to break through the shackles and break out of a cocoon. Chu Hen was pleasantly surprised. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. I didn't expect to perceive the boundary of the void-piercing realm so quickly. Of course, to Chu Hen, this was not something that was too surprising. When he collected the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl, the huge amount of star power that was integrated into his body was released completely in the Imperial City, causing Chu Hen to instantly soar to the peak of the 9th level of the core transformation realm. At that time, Chu Hen could be said to have forcefully broken through. In fact, a lot of the power had been released. If, at that time, Chu Hen could find a quiet and stable place to gradually absorb and refine, he believed that it would not be as simple as the peak of the 9th level. However, under the circumstances where the city was in turmoil, it was impossible to be quiet. Chu Hen stretched his arms slightly. Just as he was about to lie down and close his eyes, he subconsciously glanced at the scroll that Su Yorong had placed on the table from the corner of his eyes. Then he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. However, in less than 3 seconds, Chu Hen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the scroll on the table again. What's going on? Swoosh! Chu Hen condensed his palm and released a suction force from his hand, sucking the scroll on the table into his palm. His eyes were fixed on the contents of the ice weapon rune, and his attention was locked on the last few lines of runes. Wrong. These two simple and firm words came out of Chu Hen's mouth. Wrong. It was indeed wrong. Previously, when Su Yurong was here, Chu Hen did not carefully look at the arrangement of the runes of the ice weapon rune. Now, he was surprised to find that the arrangement of the last few lines of runes was actually different from what he knew. What was going on? Was the content of the inherited memory left by clan head Lei Huan wrong? Or was Su Yurong wrong? On second thought, clan head Lei Huan was a spiritual tattooist, and the possibility of him making a mistake was very small. The reason was very simple. Since he had stored all the knowledge he had mastered in the illusionary spirit bell and passed it on to the later generations, there would definitely be no such mistake. After all, if the later generations found that the arrangement of runes was wrong, it would be a joke. What was more, the ice weapon rune was very difficult for senior tattooists to arrange. But in the eyes of spiritual tattooists, it was just a child's game. To give a very simple example, let an adult do a child's arithmetic problem. How could it be wrong? If so, wasn't it Su Yurong who was wrong? This was even more illogical. How important was tomorrow's competition to Su Yurong? Everyone knew that. How could she make such a low-level mistake? In this case, there is only one possibility. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself in a low voice, "There are two ways to arrange the ice weapon rune." As everyone knew, no matter in which field, a tattooist had extremely strict requirements for the arrangement of Tao pattern. Any wrong step in the arrangement of runes could lead to unpredictable serious consequences. Logically, there was only one way to arrange a certain rune. However, things were not completely absolute. In fact, there were many amazing and talented tattooists who could perfect the Tao pattern created by their predecessors. Moreover, there were some powerful figures with extremely high attainments who could create other arrangement of runes to achieve the same effect. Some could even surpass the original rune arrangement. Thinking of this, Chu Hen was extremely excited. Without saying anything, he began to compare the arrangement of runes left by Su Yurong with the arrangement left by clan head Lei Huan seriously. Chapter 356. In the spacious and bright room, the candlelight swayed gently like a fairy. At this moment, Chu Hen was concentrating on comparing the rune arrangement of the ice firearm inscription left behind by Su Yurong with the rune arrangement that Chu Hen had mastered. After a series of careful pondering and research, the results made Chu Hen feel even more pleasantly surprised. It was very obvious that the arrangement of the ice firearm rune that Lei Huan left behind was even more perfect. Although he had only changed a few strokes, Chu Hen could determine with certainty that the ice firearm rune that was carved out using the rune arrangement that Lei Huan had inherited would have a higher level of coordination, and the weapon that was refined would be even stronger. After all, Chu Hen had not come into contact with the inscription master profession for just 1 or 2 days. He could make accurate judgments about many general theories. The arrangement of the ice firearm inscription that Su Yurong had mastered was not wrong. However, what Chu Hen understood was the more perfect arrangement that clan leader Lei Huan had improved. Clan leader Lei Huan is indeed an expert of his generation. It's rare to see someone with such a shocking level of attainment in this world. Unfortunately, why did such a smart person choose to live in the mountains and ignore the affairs of the world? A hint of pity could be seen on Chu Hen's face. However, when he thought about it again, since clan leader Lei Huan had left the improved knowledge in the illusory spirit bell, it meant that he did not want his life's work to go to waste. When Chu Hen thought about this, he could not help but feel lucky. It was fortunate that he had obtained the illusory spirit bell's weapon spirit. Otherwise, he would still be clueless about the inscription master profession. Since clan leader Lei Huan's ice firearm inscription is more perfect, I'll arrange it according to this method tomorrow. A hint of anticipation flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. In that case, it would not be a draw anymore. Instead, it would help Su Yurong win. In that case, he would have the capital to negotiate with the other party. Subsequently, Chu Hen swept his gaze towards the arrangement of the third volume, the Spirit Light Tool Inscription. In next to no time, something that caused Chu Hen to be even more surprised appeared. The arrangement of the Spirit Light Tool Inscription was similarly different from what he knew. Moreover, compared to the Water and Fire Tool rune, the difference was much greater. The former had only changed the order of the last few lines of runes, but the latter half of the Spiritual Light Tool rune had not only changed the order of a few lines, it had even replaced quite a few runes. With the previous understanding, the current Chu Hen did not have any doubts in his heart. Obviously, the arrangement of Spirit Light tool markings he grasped was perfected a step further by lightning illusion. After some deliberation and research, Chu Hen's idea was once again confirmed. Thunder Illusion's Spirit Light rune arrangement allowed the runes to connect more smoothly, making it easier to carve runes. Moreover, it greatly increased the power of the weapon. The difficulty of engraving the tool patterns had decreased, and the effects after completion were even stronger. This caused Chu Hen to feel admiration for Thunder Illusion once again. I wonder if just me and Su Yurong will be able to try to set up the Spirit Light tool marking? Chu Hen's eyes became serious, and his face revealed a pondering expression. Forget it, it's a little risky. In any case, if I inscribe the ice weapon inscription, I'll basically win the competition. Soon after, the sky outside had brightened. Knock, knock. A series of light knocking sounds came from outside Chu Hen's room. Subsequently, Su Yurong's gentle voice sounded. Chu Hen, are you awake? Chu Hen, who had adjusted his body and mind to its best state, opened his eyes and got off the bed before he opened the door. Miss Yurong, you seem to be in good spirits. Su Yurong's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. There was a hint of worry under her faint smile. Chu Hen smiled. You seem a little anxious. I'm all right. Su Yurong turned slightly. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She had a feeling that this time would not be as easy as the previous times. Miss Yurong, before the competition begins, I have something to tell you. Su Yurong was slightly stunned. She looked at Chu Hen's slightly lazy face. Speak. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched, and he replied without hesitation. If I help you in the competition, I hope you can give me one of your Su family's mineral veins. What? Su Yurong immediately frowned when she heard Chu Hen's words. He actually made such a request at a time like this. It sounded really too much. Chu Hen had been in Lang City for almost a month, so he had some understanding of the Gogus City's Su family. This family of weapon refiners did not simply refine weapons, but they also had a mining business. The Su family had a total of 4 mineral veins in the Hidden Wind region. This was also an important reason why the family had not fallen for hundreds of years. Looking at the other party's slightly ugly expression, Chu Hen continued, You probably didn't hear the first half of what I said. I said that I'll help you win against Su Dingfeng. You give me a vein. If we lose, or if the match ends in a draw, I'll give you a mine. If we lose or end up in a draw, I won't take a single cent from you. Hearing this, Su Yurong's expression slowly returned to normal. At the same time, she looked at Chu Hen with some confusion. What gave him the confidence to say that he would help her win against Su Dingfeng? His attainments were only at the level of a 5th grade advanced rune master, which was 1 level lower than hers. However, if she could really win against Su Dingfeng, it was not a bad idea to agree to Chu Hen's condition. After all, if she allowed Su Dingfeng to take the position of family head, the entire family's foundation would be gone. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Yurong naturally had her own judgment. All right, I'll agree to your condition. If you can really help me win today's competition, I'm willing to give you 1 mineral vein as a reward. After a short moment of hesitation, Su Yurong spoke. Chu Hen nodded. It's a deal. It's a deal. To be honest, Chu Hen was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. The reason why he had made such a condition was for Long Qingyang and the rest. Long Qingyang had gathered many of old General Longbow's old subordinates and planned to establish his own force in the Hidden Wind region. However, how could it be easy to develop a force? However, if they had a mineral vein to support their economy, it would be a great help to a force that was about to start. Of course, with Su Yurong's current situation, it was not unreasonable for Chu Hen to only ask for one mineral vein as a reward. However, are you really confident that you can win against Su Dingfeng? Su Yurong was a little doubtful. Chu Hen smiled. You'll know when the time comes. No matter what, I won't let you lose. Chu Hen did not tell Su Yurong his thoughts. After all, he did not have enough time. If he told Su Yurong that the rune he had set up was different from the original one, it might affect her state of mind. After all, the runes that had changed would be arranged by Chu Hen. When the time came, Chu Hen only needed to care about carving the runes himself. It did not matter whether he explained it to Su Yurong or not. A moment later, the Earth-Fire platform. This was the Su family's largest weapon forging place. In the middle of the large square was a majestic, unique square stone platform. Every brick used to build the stone platform was dark red in color. If one touched them with their hands, they would feel a scorching heat. This Earth-Fire platform was a unique weapon forging platform that the Su family had spent a lot of money to build. This platform used the spirit array as a guide to gather the earth core fire, which was then used to refine artifacts. At this very moment, the surroundings of the Earth-Fire platform were already filled with a crowd. It was a dense mass of people moving about. We've competed so many times without any results. It'll probably be the same today. That's not for sure. I feel that a victor will definitely be decided today. I have a feeling that senior brother Ding Feng will win this time. That's what I think too. Actually, senior brother Ding Feng being the family head is pretty good. Senior sister Yurong is a woman after all. We can't leave such a large family business to a woman. Besides, isn't a foster son still a son? He's still a member of our Su family. What's the difference? Humph, who says a woman can't be the family head. I support senior sister Yurong. Discussions continued below the platform. Both sides had more than half of the supporters. Meanwhile, under Su Yurong's lead, Chu Hen had already arrived. As soon as the two of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people present. Everyone's attention was completely focused on Chu Hen. Who is that? I don't know either. I've never seen him before. Senior sister Yurong can't have randomly found someone to help, right? In the face of the many suspicious gazes around him, Chu Hen appeared very calm. He and Su Yurong stood below the Earth-Fire platform, their gazes focused as if pondering something. Immediately after, a commotion came from the other side of the Earth-Fire platform. Senior brother Ding Feng is here. Who's his partner? Hearing the commotion, Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction everyone was looking. Under the escort of a large group of young men and women, Su Dingfeng walked over from afar. This Su Dingfeng had a dignified appearance and was extraordinarily handsome. However, there was a hint of unlikable viciousness between his brows. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and his attention shifted to a young man in white beside Su Dingfeng. Why, can't be. Is that Pei Faming from Swordforge City? Who else could it be if not him? I really didn't expect Su Dingfeng to invite Pei Faming. She's going to lose. Senior sister Yurong is definitely going to lose. This Pei Faming is a 7th grade advanced pattern master. He's definitely a genius pattern master. When she saw that the person Su Dingfeng brought was Pei Faming, the face of Su Yurong, who was standing next to Chu Hen, instantly paled. Her hands couldn't help but tightly clench into fists, and there was a dense sense of seriousness between her eyebrows. Chapter 357. The Pei family of Sword Crafting City was also one of the largest crafting families in the Hidden Wind region. Furthermore, their heritage was even stronger than the Su family. Pei Faming was the most talented rune master in the history of the Pei family. He was not even 20 years old, but he already had the attainments of a 7th-grade rune master. Even among the younger generation of the Hidden Wind region, it was difficult to find someone who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Pei Feiming's appearance was like a heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into Su Yorong's heart. Her pretty face was slightly pale and her hands were clenched into fists. Her nails pierced into her flesh, causing her to feel a dull pain. Under the different gazes of everyone present, Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming walked in front of Su Yorong. The former's eyes slanted, and he glanced at Chu Hen beside Su Yorong with interest. He said, "Yorong, is this the partner you found?" His tone was filled with disdain. Su Yorong frowned and coldly replied, "The word Yorong is not for you to say. Please call me Miss Su, or Miss Yorong." Ever since Su Dingfeng wanted to seize the position of patriarch from Su Hao, Su Yorong no longer saw him as her sworn brother. However, after so many years, Su Dingfeng had accumulated quite a bit of popularity and prestige in the family. Furthermore, the majority of the elders stood on his side. Thus, it could be summarized in one sentence. Su Dingfeng's wings had hardened, and no one in the Su family could suppress him. "Haha, Yorong, you're treating me like an outsider. Don't destroy the relationship between us because of the fight for the position of patriarch." Su Dingfeng chuckled as he spoke. Su Yorong was furious, but she was helpless against the other party's thick skin. She could only furrow her brows and remain angry. Pei Feiming, who was standing beside Su Dingfeng, had a prideful look on his face. He looked at Chu Hen and faintly said, "This little brother looks very unfamiliar. I wonder which artifact refining family's young hero are you?" Chu Hen smiled indifferently. He first glanced at Su Yorong, then calmly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" "Huh." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Chu Hen to say such a thing. However, Pei Feiming wasn't infuriated, and he still grinned as he said, "I'm Pei Feiming. May I know your name?" "Sorry, I've never heard of it before." Pei Feiming's face immediately turned cold after being rebuked by Chu Hen twice in a row. Su Dingfeng, who was standing at the side, said sarcastically, "Brother Pei, why do you have to get angry at this country bumpkin? Bickering with this kind of person will only weaken our status. Su Dingfeng, please watch your words. Chu Hen is a friend I invited." Su Yorong retorted without the slightest trace of politeness. Su Dingfeng sneered and thought to himself, "Today is the last time you talk to me like this. After today, everyone in the family will have to be respectful when they see me, Su Dingfeng. Patriarch has arrived." At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the surroundings of the earth fire platform. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their gazes turned in the same direction. The upper echelons of the Yi clan walked over one after another. The person in the lead was relatively thin, and his aura was relatively weak. Even so, Su Hao's eyes still flashed with a heroic spirit that ordinary people did not possess. Behind Su Hao was a chubby, round-faced, white-bearded old man. He was the first elder of the Su family. It was also because of his support that Su Yorong could hold on until now and not be taken away by Su Dingfeng. Behind Su Hao on the left were two middle-aged men in their 40s. One was in a green robe and the other was in a blue robe. Their aura was particularly sinister. They were the second elder and the third elder who stood on Su Dingfeng's side. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and secretly marveled that the Su family was indeed a first-class force in the Hidden Wind region. The first elder, the second elder, and the third elder were all experts in the void-piercing realm. It was said that the patriarch Su Hao was about to reach the realm of a first-grade spiritual tattooist before the accident. He was only a thin piece of paper away from that level. But who would have thought that such an unfortunate thing would happen? Greetings, patriarch and elders. All the people present bowed respectfully. Out of courtesy, Chu Hen also clasped his hands and bowed slightly. The boy from the Pei family? Su Hao frowned and looked at Pei Faming with surprise. Junior Pei Faming greets Patriarch Su. Pei Faming showed a modest smile on his face, but the arrogance in his eyes became more and more intense. Su Hao's face faintly darkened. In the past 2 years, Pei Faming had risen to fame. In the field of refining, he was regarded as one of the best in the entire Hidden Wind region. He didn't expect that Su Dingfeng would invite him. Today's competition could be said to be a disaster. Looking at Chu Hen, who stood beside Su Yurong, although he was also talented, his aura was much worse than Pei Faming's. Su Hao sighed inwardly. Could it be that the heavens want me to die? Are we still going to compete today? The third elder, who was dressed in blue, mocked. Why not? The first elder glared at him. The competition hasn't even started. Do you think you'll win? Humph. I just don't want to waste everyone's time. It's fine if you don't want to waste time. You can just admit defeat and stop wasting time. That's enough. Su Hao stopped the two of them with a deep voice, then looked at his daughter Su Yurong with a slightly ashamed gaze. Let's begin. After all, it had been such a long time. Su Hao had already mentally prepared himself. Although he was unwilling, his family business was most likely going to be lost. Su Yurong naturally knew what Su Hao's gaze meant. She clenched her jade-like hands and said to herself, I won't give up until the very last moment. Immediately, Su Hao and the upper echelon elders took their seats in a row of wide chairs in front of the Earthfire platform. The surrounding Su family disciples also retreated to the sides, leaving an empty space below the Earthfire platform. Chu Hen, Su Yurong, Su Dingfeng, and Pei Faming also stood on the left and right sides of the Earthfire platform. Bring the incense table here. The third elder, who was dressed in blue, stood up and walked in front of Chu Hen and Su Yurong. Then, 2 Su family disciples carried a square table and placed it below the platform. The square table was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. In the middle of the table was an incense burner the size of a water bucket. Beside the incense burner were 2 long incense sticks. On the left and right sides of the table, there was a sharp, long sword. The surrounding people's state of mind gradually changed, and the atmosphere became much quieter than before. Fine steel swords. The third elder walked to the side of the incense table, casually picked up a long sword in his hand, and said loudly, to a normal person, these 2 swords are already finished products. But to us, weapon crafting families, these are only half-finished products. Next, what the 4 of you need to do is to inscribe tool markings on these 2 swords so that they can truly become perfect and powerful weapons. Yesterday afternoon, Su Yurong had told Chu Hen that the content of this weapon crafting competition was to inscribe tool markings on weapons. After all, if they had to start from scratch, it would take too much time. Of course, a true weapon craftsman not only needed to know how to inscribe tool markings, they also needed to have the skill to forge weapons. Let me briefly explain the rules. The third elder's eyes swept across the 4 people in front of him like a hawk and said, the structure of these 2 fine steel swords is exactly the same. As for the materials needed to inscribe tool markings, you can smelt and extract them yourselves. The time needed to inscribe tool markings is limited to 1 incense stick's time. This incense stick will burn for 4 hours. When the incense stick is lit, the weapon crafting will begin. When the incense stick burns out, the weapon crafting will end. 4 hours was equivalent to 4 hours. That was about an entire morning and an entire afternoon. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a deep meaning. Due to the discussion by the group of elders, today's competition will be the competition for the patriarch candidate. Su Dingfeng, Su Yurong will compete in a new way. The winner will become the candidate for the patriarch. After the second elder finished speaking, his cold gaze swept across the 4 people in front of him. Which one of you will start first? Ha. Su Dingfeng smiled proudly as he glanced at Su Yurong and Chu Hen from the corner of his eyes. He said, everyone's quite busy. so I don't think we should waste everyone's time. Let's go first. The meaning behind Su Dingfeng's words was very clear. In any case, he was bound to win today. Instead of waiting for another 4 hours, he might as well win with a single strike and directly defeat Su Yurong. There was no need to waste any more time after that. Su Yurong's expression was slightly cold as she bit her red lips with her silver teeth. There was still anger in her eyes. Subsequently, Su Dingfeng casually picked up a fine steel sword and ascended the earth fire arena. Pei Feiming followed behind unhurriedly as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He was full of confidence. After the two of them ascended the earth fire arena, the third elder waved his hand and shouted in a stern voice, "Raise the earth fire cauldron." After he finished speaking, a few of the Su family's higher-ups walked to the bottom of the earth fire arena and struck out a series of palm strikes in unison. In the end, they all pushed out a dazzling light beam towards the earth fire arena. Buzz! In the next moment, the brick walls around the earth fire arena suddenly blossomed with a bright silver light. Strange runes and secret scrolls flickered like light as an especially shocking aura spread out from the earth fire arena. Rumble! Subsequently, along with the gentle shaking of the ground, the center of the earth fire arena released circles of silver light that were like ripples on the surface of the water. A shocking energy wave swept in all directions as circles of silver light continuously spread out in all directions. Scorching waves of air surged out, giving people the feeling that it was the eye of a hot spring. Chapter 358. Rumble! Along with the scorching heat waves and majestic aura, a dark red, three-legged cauldron rose from the center of the earth fire platform. It was a cauldron that was over 2 meters tall. The cauldron was covered in mysterious runes and mysterious inscriptions, as well as strange beast markings. The air in the surroundings became extremely hot, causing many of the Su family disciples to subconsciously take a few steps back. This item is called the geocentric fire cauldron. Su Yurong slightly turned her body and said to Chu Hen, who was beside her, "It's a special spirit weapon. It works with the geocentric fire array to collect the geocentric fire from the depths of the earth over the years." Chu Hen nodded, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Yurong continued, "During the refining process, the person on the earth fire platform can freely use the earth core fire within the cauldron according to his or her wishes, and can also control the size of the flame according to his or her wishes. This kind of flame is more domineering than normal flames and has a higher temperature, so it can greatly reduce the time needed to forge." After all, this was Chu Hen's first time at the Su family. He didn't understand many things. In order to prevent mistakes from happening after they went on stage, Su Yurong had to explain everything clearly. On the earth fire stage, Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming stood on the left and right sides of the earth fire cauldron. Both of them had relaxed expressions, and they seemed to be very confident. Pei Feiming, in particular, had a playful smile on his face, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. "Is everyone ready?" the third elder asked from below the stage. He looked at Su Dingfeng expectantly. "That's enough," Su Dingfeng replied proudly. "Light the incense." As soon as the third elder finished speaking, a Su family disciple hurriedly walked to the side of the incense table, lit one of the large incense sticks, and firmly inserted it into the incense burner. A faint wisp of green smoke floated into the air, and the competition immediately began. Everyone's gaze swept towards the earth fire stage. The two of them were still relaxed, and there wasn't a hint of nervousness in the atmosphere. "Brother Pei, watch from the side for now. Let me first prepare the metal spirit liquid," Su Dingfeng said calmly. Pei Feiming smiled and raised his hand slightly. "Brother Su, please!" Confidence. Absolute confidence. Everyone thought that the two of them would start to work together from the beginning, each smelting half of the auxiliary metal materials. They didn't expect Su Dingfeng to directly take on the first part of the task, which also meant that they would need to spend twice the time on preparing the metal spiritual liquid. If it was someone else, this might be a form of blind confidence. But to Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming, it didn't seem to be anything difficult. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, Su Dingfeng was already seated cross-legged on the platform. Then he released a surge of Reiki energy. Vigorous, faint golden light fused with the earth flame cauldron in front of him. Boom! In the next instant, a vigorous crimson flame rose from the three-legged cauldron. The incomparably hot flames burned fiercely, causing the space to faintly distort. Looking from afar, it was as if there was a dark red fireball that looked like a small sun on the Earth's core platform. The restless and joyful red light was like a flame elf swaying its body then. With a wave of his hand, Su Dingfeng threw over a dozen metal materials into the dark flames. Under the envelopment of the spiritual energy, the metallic materials floated within the flames. In less than 30 seconds, the metallic materials had already become as red as a soldering iron, and a portion of them had even started to melt. What a domineering flame! Below the platform, Chu Hen was inwardly shocked. This was the first time he had seen the earth core flame, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. The domineering power of the earth core flame wasn't any weaker than Long Qingyang's mystical scarlet flames. Su Dingfeng was steady, and his movements were smooth like flowing water. After that, he continuously threw out all kinds of rare and expensive metal materials to be calcined and roasted in the geocentric flame, eliminating the impurities and extracting the most essential part. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. It had to be said that although Su Dingfeng's character wasn't very good, he did have extraordinary talent when it came to smithing. No wonder so many people in the Su family supported him to become the patriarch. He wasn't simple after all. Just at this moment, Su Yurong's expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face faintly revealed some paleness. Chu Hen turned to look at her and asked, "What's wrong?" It's not. Chu Hen was stunned. It's not what? It's not the material needed to inscribe the ice weapon rune. Su Yorong's voice was slightly trembling. Chu Hen raised his eyelids. He hadn't deliberately looked at the metal materials Su Dingfeng had thrown into the earth core flame. But now that he heard Su Yorong's words, he looked at it solemnly. Lapis crystals, wind crystals, black jade, ore. These are the supplementary materials needed to make the spiritual tool rune. Chu Hen frowned and muttered, Su Dingfeng is actually trying to inscribe the spiritual tool rune. At the same time, the Su family disciples present also noticed the problem. All of them were shocked and sighed with astonishment on their faces. Senior brother Dingfeng wants to inscribe the spiritual tool rune. Wow, amazing! I thought he'd choose the ice weapon rune. as well. If it's the spiritual tool rune, then the outcome of this battle has been decided. In the opinion of everyone present, as long as Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming completed the spiritual tool rune, then there would be no suspense in the Su family's patriarch's position, because it was absolutely impossible for Chu Hen and Su Yorong to complete the inscribing of the spiritual tool rune. What's the ice weapon rune? Pei Feiming crossed his arms in front of him and rubbed his chin with a playful smile on his face. At this moment, everyone present finally understood what Su Dingfeng meant when he said, "Don't waste time," before they went up the stage. What they wanted to do was to stab Su Yorong and Chu Hen to death and not even give them a chance to go up the stage. All the Su family higher-ups had different expressions. The second elder and third elder had a complacent smile on their faces. On the other hand, the grand elder had a solemn expression and a frown on his face, especially the patriarch Su Hao. His originally unsightly expression became even more unsightly. His brows were squeezed together like two dead silkworms. Chu Hen was not too worried when he saw Su Yorong had suffered such an unexpected blow. "Don't panic, we haven't lost yet. Who knows, maybe they'll fail when they inscribe the tool rune later." His relaxed tone carried a hint of mockery. Su Yorong clearly knew he was comforting her, but she still could not force herself to smile. "I say, Miss Yurong, if you're like this now, I don't dare to partner with you later. I'm here to help, so don't accidentally explode from the rune's backlash and kill me. I'm still young and haven't married yet. I don't want to die young." Su Yurong was angry and amused at the same time. What time was it now? Yet he was still so playful. However, after listening to Chu Hen's joke, the doubt in Su Yurong's heart dissipated slightly. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. The huge earth-fire platform square was extremely quiet. Everyone communicated in soft voices, not daring to make a ruckus. After all, the greatest taboo for a pattern caster during the process of refining weapons was to be disturbed by the outside world. No matter where it was not allowed to make a ruckus under such circumstances. If someone made a mistake, the other party would also be severely punished. Buzz, buzz. The scorching dark flames were especially powerful and irritable. In merely half an hour, Su Dingfeng had almost finished smelting all the materials. Under Su Dingfeng's control, the dark red earth fire gradually weakened and retreated back into the three-legged fire cauldron. Everyone's gaze was focused on the colorful metal liquid above the fire cauldron. Dozens of expensive and rare materials had all been smelted into this spiritual liquid. All the impurities had disappeared under the earth fire's calcination, leaving behind only the purest portion. If it was under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a day to complete this chapter. However, under the tyrannical and powerful earth fire's refinement, it only took less than half an hour. The difference between them was self-evident. "Brother Pei," Su Dingfeng said in a low voice. "Haha, I've been waiting for a long time." A faint smile flashed across Pei Faming's eyes. Without another word, he also sat cross-legged on the platform. The powerful Reiki energy of a level 7 pattern caster spread out from his Naiwan palace and pounced towards the colorful spiritual liquid. Subsequently, the ball of metal spirit liquid split into two. One ball was controlled by Su Dingfeng, while the other ball was controlled by Pei Faming. After that, a piercingly cold, imposing aura was simultaneously released from their bodies, and under the cautious gazes of everyone present, both of them transformed the two balls of metal spirit liquid into numerous, dazzling, and gorgeous talisman markings. Senior brother Su Dingfeng is starting to show his power. This is the first time I've seen Pei Faming set up a tool rune. He's really fast. Both of them were famous genius pattern casters among the younger generation of the Hidden Wind region. The speed at which they condensed the runes was extremely fast, and their movements were extremely smooth and skillful. In the blink of an eye, the golden runes that resembled spiritual butterflies floated above the earth fire platform. The dazzling runes were as dazzling as the stars. Every rune emitted an obscure and distant energy fluctuation. During the process of condensing and arranging the runes, these runes were like magma in a volcano that could erupt at any time. However, under the control of Su Dingfeng and Pei Faming, these runes were especially stable. Looking at the situation in front of her, Su Yurong's faith was shaken once again. She subconsciously glanced at Chu Hen next to her. However, what made her surprised was that within Chu Hen's pitch-black eyes, there was a calmness that was as clear as the water in a well. Was he really not worried about losing? Or perhaps Chu Hen did not care about winning or losing because he was just an outsider. Chapter 359. Buzz, buzz! The runes condensed by Su Dingfeng and Pei Faming were like brightly glowing spirit butterflies hovering above the earth fire platform. Powerful Reiki energy undulations continuously surged out from their Naiwan palaces, causing the metal spirit liquid to condense into strange runes. The runes that filled the sky looked like ancient runes, exceptionally eye-catching and dazzling. The spiritual tool rune required more than 400 high-grade runes and more than 300 mid-grade runes to be arranged. Su Dingfeng would control more than 200 high-grade runes and 100 mid-grade runes. As for Pei Feiming, who had a higher cultivation level, he would need to control more than 100 mid-grade runes. Of course, condensing runes was not a difficult task. The most crucial part was to carve the runes into tool runes. This was the true test of a rune master's ability in the field of tool refinement. Soon, the more than 700 runes required for the spiritual tool rune appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Under Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming's steady control, the densely packed runes connected from the front to the back, forming an illusory and faintly discernible thread of light between the runes. From a distance, it looked like a dazzling net of light enveloping the sky above the earth-fire platform. Buzz, buzz! In an instant, a gentle radiance blossomed from the light rune. Every rune was flowing with a brilliant golden luster. It was as pure and holy as the radiance of the sun. The runes have been assembled successfully. Aren't you talking nonsense? It's just the rune arrangement now. The hearts of the surrounding Su family disciples rose to their throats, and many of their faces revealed intense anticipation. The runes were all connected together, which meant that there was nothing wrong with the arrangement. Next was the most important step, which was to carve the runes into tool runes. Swish! Su Dingfeng's eyes turned cold, and the fine steel sword beside him flew into the air and floated above the center of the earth-fire platform. Then he exchanged a glance with Pei Feiming. The latter still had a carefree smile on his face as he faintly said, "Let's begin." Su Dingfeng also revealed a bit of pride. He mockingly glanced at Su Yurong and Chu Hen below the stage, then immediately began to merge the glyphs into the body of the fine steel sword. At this point, although Su Dingfeng still showed disdain towards Su Yurong on the surface, he was still very cautious in his heart. After all, inscribing a tool rune was extremely difficult. If she failed, Su Yurong would win even if she managed to inscribe the simplest tool rune. Of course, Su Dingfeng would not allow himself to make any mistakes. Then, under the gazes of the crowd, the dazzling runes transformed into exquisite patterns that appeared on the body of the fine steel sword. Fine tool marks spread out on the sword in an extremely stable manner. Each tool mark was like a silver gossamer as they were carved into the fine steel sword under Su Dingfeng's careful control. Such care was akin to a woman's embroidery, and could not be the slightest bit careless. At the start, Su Dingfeng's speed was very fast. However, the further he went, the slower his speed became. Even so, only half of the incense stick in the cauldron on the table below the stage had been burnt. In other words, only 2 hours had passed since the start. Buzz! When Su Dingfeng finished inscribing the last tool mark, he let out a long sigh of relief as his body and mind instantly relaxed. Below the stage, the numerous supporters of Su Dingfeng clenched their fists as pleasant surprise emerged on their faces. Senior brother Dingfeng is indeed formidable. The rest is up to Pei Feiming. If Pei Feiming can successfully complete the second half of the tool mark, it will be a great success. After Su Dingfeng completed the first half of the tool rune inscription, Pei Feiming immediately took over the second half of the task without any delay. Buzz, buzz! The Reiki energy of a grade 7 high rank rune master was much more abundant than that of a grade 6 high rank rune master. Not only that, but Pei Feiming's proficiency in inscribing the tool mark was also clearly higher than Su Dingfeng's. Intricate tool marks that resembled ancient runes began to spread out on the fine steel sword at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pei Feiming's method of inscribing the tool mark was also rather unique. With a flick of his 10 fingers, Reiki energy was attached to his fingertips. Rays of light that resembled golden threads guided the dazzling and resplendent runes into the body of the weapon. The aura emitted by the fine steel sword grew increasingly sharp and powerful. The previously unremarkable sword now flickered with a dazzling luster. As time passed, Pei Feiming's aura remained steady. Even though the speed at which he inscribed the tool mark had clearly slowed down, His expression was still calm and relaxed. There's less than a quarter of the tool mark left. Over at the upper echelon elders' seating area, the Su family's second elder lightly stroked the strand of goatee on his chin as he said in a resolute and somewhat pleased manner, "Looks like Su Dingfeng will definitely win today." Humph. The grand elder snorted coldly as he glared at the second elder. "The competition isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to come to a conclusion? Haha, why are you lying to yourself at a time like this? The kid Su Yurong found is only a grade 5 advanced inscription master. Do you think he can inscribe a rune technique that surpasses the spirit light tool mark with just this combination?" When the grand elder heard the second elder's words, he could not find any words to refute him. He could only hope that Pei Faming would make a mistake at the end of the competition. However, based on the current situation, the probability of Pei Faming making a mistake was extremely small. The Su family's clan leader, Su Hao, could be said to have almost given up. He knew his daughter's ability very well. It would not be a problem for her to deal with Su Dingfeng alone. However, Chu Hen was not Pei Faming after all. Under such circumstances, he had already lost 99% of the time. When Pei Faming finished inscribing the last tool mark, it would be 100%. When Chu Hen saw that Su Yurong was silent for a long time, he could not help but ask, "You've given up?" Su Yurong's eyes trembled slightly as they were suffused with a slight ripple. She shook her head slightly. "It's good that you haven't given up." Chu Hen smiled. Then his gaze subconsciously swept towards Su Hao, who was seated at the seat of the clan's higher-ups. The Su family's clan leader had an accident 2 years ago when he was refining a weapon, causing him to be reduced to an ordinary person. Moreover, his body was getting worse and worse, and he looked to have aged more than 10 years. Where was the other party injured? It did not seem to be his physical body. Could it be the street tree? A trace of curiosity appeared on Chu Hen's face. His gaze turned cold as he shouted in his heart, "Demon, I!" Wham! Wham! In an instant, Chu Hen's eyes became slightly hot as an obscure evil purple color surged in the depths of his pitch-black pupils. Immediately after, a strange distortion appeared in his vision as the world spun. The demon I's sacred physique's probing power directly entered Su Hao's Naiwen Palace. In the dim and hazy Naiwen Palace, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of Reiki energy. However, in the center of that area, there was a street tree. However, compared to the street tree of a normal tattoo artist, Su Hao's street tree had actually withered. The bark was dry and the leaves were yellow. There was no sign of life at all. Chu Hen secretly shook his head. Su Hao's street tree was already severely damaged, and it would probably not change for the rest of its life. Just as Chu Hen was about to withdraw the demon I's sacred physique, his pupils involuntarily shrank. That is, just now he seemed to have vaguely seen a wisp of green light flashing at the bottom of the withered street tree. Following that, the demon I's sacred physique's power probed the bottom of Su Hao's street tree. It would have been fine if he did not check, but after checking, Chu Hen was very surprised. He saw that in the rotten and withered street tree's root, there was still an extremely weak ball of green light. That ball of green light was like a candle in the wind, like a spark of fire that could be extinguished at any time. The street tree was not completely dead yet. With regards to this discovery, Chu Hen was both surprised and happy. However, he quietly withdrew the demon I's sacred physique's power and looked back at Su Yurong beside him. "Don't worry. No matter what, you won't lose." "Is that so?" Su Yurong's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and she looked at him with some confusion. Even at this time, this unfamiliar young man was still so confident. Chu Hen smiled and said, "No matter what, you already have no way out. Instead of giving up early, why not fight? What do you think?" Su Yurong saw firm belief in his clear, pitch-black eyes. She bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth and nodded seriously. "I know what to do." It was almost noon. All the Su family disciples present had their gazes firmly fixed on the steel sword floating in the air above the earth fire arena. Only the last tool rune was left. At this moment, the Su family elders all had different feelings. Some hoped to see that stroke completed as soon as possible, while others hoped that this stroke would never be completed. However, the last stroke was still easily completed by Pei Feiming's hand. The long and narrow rune was like a meteor that traversed the night sky, exceptionally bright and dazzling. Done! A proud smile appeared on Pei Feiming's face. Boom! In the next moment, the seemingly ordinary fine steel sword suddenly became different. A sharp light blossomed on the sword's body, and the mysterious runes that covered the sword's body flickered with a dazzling luster. Strands of golden spiritual light surrounded the sword's body, as if it had been soaked in the divine light of the sun. Ha ha ha! Su Dingfeng laughed loudly and stood up. With a flick of his palm, the sharp steel sword was sucked into his hand. The spiritual light tool rune is complete. Please take a look, elders. Swish! Su Dingfeng threw the sword out. The third elder was the first to stand up and firmly grabbed the sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the sharp shadow of the sword slashed through the air, accompanied by the sound of metal vibrating. Chapter 360. Good sword, haha. The third elder caught the sword that Su Dingfeng tossed over and successively swung out a few swift and fierce sword images in the air, and then he nodded in satisfaction before turning around and passing the sword to the second elder. Not bad. The second elder received the sword and was similarly filled with praise. The might of this spirit light sword is already not inferior to some spirit weapon rank treasures. Patriarch, Grand Elder, please have a look. Humph. The Grand Elder grunted coldly in the face of the sword that the second elder passed over, and he didn't have the slightest intention of receiving it. Patriarch Su Hao's expression became even more gloomy and unsightly. However, at this moment, waves of clamorous noise and commotion arose in the surroundings of the earth fire arena. How formidable! They completed the setup of the spirit light weapon marking so easily. Quickly take a look at how much time they used. The gazes of everyone swept towards the incense stick on the table in unison, and they saw that there was still a small portion of the incense stick that could burn for 4 hours that hadn't been completely burned, and this small portion was about 1/8 of the incense stick. For hours was 4 hours, so 1/8 of it was half an hour. In other words, Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming had completed the setup and inscription of the spirit light weapon marking half an hour earlier. Hiss! Many of the people present gasped, and their faces were filled with amazement. On the other hand, those clan members that supported Su Yurong couldn't help but feel worried. Su Dingfeng has successfully completed the spirit light weapon marking. The third elder stood up and walked to the front of the Earthfire arena before continuing. He's refined a sword that isn't inferior to a spirit weapon rank treasure. This is a blessing for the clan. Whoosh! I support Su Dingfeng as the new patriarch. Congratulations, senior brother Su Dingfeng. I believe senior brother Su Dingfeng will surely lead the clan to prosperity in the future. A lethal strike. In the eyes of everyone present, when Pei Feiming completed the final stroke, the outcome of the competition today seemed to be without suspense. Su Dingfeng stood on the Earthfire arena with his arms raised up, and his face was filled with a delighted and complacent smile. His gaze towards Su Yorong and Chu Hen was filled with playfulness and ridicule. On the other side, Pei Feiming was similarly happy and complacent, and he had a proud expression while his light smile was suffused with frivolous disdain. Is there still a need to compete? Su Dingfeng chuckled. Everyone's gazes were focused on Su Yorong. Some were filled with pity, some were filled with contempt, and some were filled with unwillingness. Competition? How else could they compete? With their attainments, how could they possibly set up a spirit light tool marking? They didn't even have the chance to draw, let alone win. Su Yorong's jade-like hands clenched into fists, her knuckles faintly turning white. Of course, it would be quite embarrassing to lose without a fight, right, Miss Yorong? At this moment, Chu Hen, who was standing next to Su Yorong, spoke. Humph. Su Dingfeng sneered. A fifth-grade high-level inscriptionist, right? Believe me, if you fight, it will be even more embarrassing. That might not be the case. Chu Hen spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and chuckled. An inscriptionist doesn't necessarily have to be of a higher grade to be more powerful. Sometimes other factors can also account for a larger proportion of the winning factor. Nonsense. Pei Feiming replied disdainfully. Chu Hen ignored him and turned around to look at Su Yorong. Miss Yorong, just say the word, will you fight or not? Why don't you just give up the position of patriarch? You've been fighting with them for so long. You're probably tired. Just give up. Chu Hen was clearly loosening the reins only to grasp them better and provoking their confidence. Su Yorong raised her beautiful eyes, and a resolute look flashed in her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said in an especially resolute tone, Fight! Fight! It was a simple word, but it was steady and powerful. Nearby, Su Hao, the first elder, and the rest were stunned, and then shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Why bother? Looking at the resolute look in her eyes, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and his tone became serious and solemn. Miss Yorong, we don't have a choice. We can only set up the spiritualist tool rune. With the Fong rune as the dividing point, you'll inscribe the 231 high-grade runes and the 154 intermediate-grade runes. As for the rest, leave it to me. As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. It can't be. He's able to control so many runes with his level? He's too arrogant. You can't brag like this. Be careful of the rune's backlash, or you'll lose your life. Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming had already demonstrated it earlier. Laying down the spiritual light tool rune required over 400 high-grade runes and over 300 middle-grade runes. Among them, the number of runes that Pei Feiming controlled was over 100 more than Su Dingfeng. Chu Hen's distribution was more or less equal with Su Yorong. Although Su Yorong controlled more runes than Su Dingfeng, Chu Hen wasn't Pei Feiming after all. In the eyes of the crowd, Chu Hen was overestimating himself. You. Su Yorong looked at him in surprise. Chu Hen smiled. Since I'll take care of half of the tool rune inscription for you, you'll have to prepare the supplementary metal materials yourself. Also, Chu Hen paused, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of seriousness. You have to promise me one thing. What? Later, during the refining process, no matter what inexplicable situations occur, please trust me. Incomprehensible situation? Su Yorong was stunned. What did he mean? Pretending to be mysterious. Su Dingfeng laughed disdainfully and said, Are all of you done? Don't waste everyone's time here. Chu Hen nodded at Su Yorong, and the latter agreed softly. All right, I promise you. The two of them had only known each other for a day, but for some reason, Su Yorong felt that the young man in front of her gave her an indescribable sense of reliability. Get on the stage. After he finished speaking, Chu Hen took the lead and walked towards the earth fire platform. When he passed by the incense table, he casually picked up the other fine steel sword on the table. The moment the sharp, long sword entered Chu Hen's palm, it emitted a metallic clang sound. Chu Hen's firm figure revealed a sword-like sharpness. Let's wait and see. Pei Feiming, who brushed past Chu Hen, chuckled playfully. Su Dingfeng snorted mockingly as well. Then he and Pei Feiming walked down the stage and stood beside the third elder and the others. Earth fire platform. Su Yorong and Chu Hen stood on both sides of the three-legged fire cauldron. The atmosphere below the stage was a little strange. Most of the people looked at the two of them with a strange gaze. Rather than saying they were fighting with all their might, it was better to say they were struggling before death. Light the incense. The third elder did not ask if the two of them were ready. He immediately ordered the Su family disciples to start the timer. As a wisp of green smoke rose into the air, the timer was set to 4 hours, effective immediately. Chu Hen and Su Yurong exchanged a glance. The latter nodded and sat on the stage. At the same time, a powerful wave of Reiki energy was released from her body. The rich Reiki energy pounced towards the three-legged fire cauldron in front of her. Boom! Accompanied by a powerful wave of air, the scorching earth core flame directly rose from the cauldron and formed a flower of fire. The temperature in the surrounding area rose rapidly. The faces of the Su family disciples were bright red. Without any delay, Su Yurong began to throw all kinds of metal materials used to make spirit light tool patterns into the flame. Piece after piece of expensive metal materials were burned red in the blink of an eye. After 20 to 30 counts, a portion of the materials had already begun to melt. What's going on? Is that guy just standing there? Isn't he going to help senior sister Yurong with the materials? He's really something. Su Yurong had already begun to smelt all kinds of metal materials, but Chu Hen was still standing on the stage and watching. This drew the ire of some people. With the help of the earth core flame cauldron, the smelting of these materials wouldn't consume too much of Su Yurong's Reiki energy. But in terms of time, it clearly took up more of the time. Under normal circumstances, it would take around half an hour to melt all the supplementary materials with the help of the earth core flame. If Chu Hen shared half of the workload, the time needed would also be halved. Su Dingfeng had done the same before. He hadn't asked Pei Feiming to share the smelting of the metal materials. But in the eyes of the crowd, how could Chu Hen be mentioned in the same breath as Pei Feiming? This was clearly a waste of time. Su Yurong's tempo was extremely stable. It was practically maintained at the same level. When Chu Hen saw this, he inwardly nodded. In terms of refining tempo and Reiki energy control, Su Yurong was slightly better than Su Dingfeng. If he waited for another year or so, Su Yurong would definitely be able to throw him off. This was most likely the reason why Su Dingfeng was so anxious to seize the position of patriarch. If he waited any longer, the one to lose would be him. All kinds of precious refining materials were melted into liquid within the earth core flame. The impurities inside were incinerated into ashes. However, just as Su Yurong was about to finish smelting half of the metal materials, Chu Hen suddenly sat down. His sharp eyes flashed, and a powerful wave of Reiki energy spread out from his Naiwen palace. What was going on? Everyone in the room was stunned. Boom! In the next instant, a scorching hot flame separated from the three-legged cauldron and floated in front of Chu Hen like a swaying spirit. It was obvious that Chu Hen was also smelting something. But hadn't Su Yurong already thrown all the metal materials needed into the flame? Then, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chu Hen flicked his finger and a red light flew out. The domineering flame swallowed the red light like a ghost. What's that? Many of the Su family's higher-ups were also stunned. They saw that what Chu Hen had thrown into the flame was a crystal-clear beast core that looked like a red date. The beast core contained a huge amount of pure demonic energy. A strange red luster flashed inside like flowing blood. Chapter 361. That seems to be the core of a mad devil ox beast. The Su clan's first elder's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. The mad devil ox beast was the king of spiritual beasts. It could be said to be the most powerful existence below the king level of demonic beasts. The core of a mad devil ox beast contained a rather stable demonic energy. If the demonic energy was extracted and used in a Dao pattern technique, it would greatly increase the stability of the rune. The process of inscribing a tool rune would also reduce the difficulty and correspondingly increase the success rate. I didn't expect him to have a mad devil ox beast core. It's said that this demonic beast is not only extremely destructive, but its defense is also extremely terrifying. Without the powerful strength of a void-piercing stage, no one would dare to provoke it. Where did he get this core from? Who knows? It's most likely from some merchant association. However, even if the core of a mad devil ox beast is added, it will still be difficult to complete a spiritual light tool rune. The surrounding crowd whispered to each other, although they already understood why Chu Hen had let Su Yurong refine all the metal materials by herself. Not many people were optimistic about it. After all, Chu Hen's realm was clear for all to see. Moreover, in the Hidden Wind region, no one had heard of a high-rank 5th-grade rune master being able to set up a spiritual light tool rune. Humph, so this is the bargaining chip for your blind confidence? Su Dingfeng sneered below the stage, disdain in his eyes. Pei Feiming had a lazy expression on his face, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was full of playfulness. Buzz! Chu Hen controlled the domineering geocentric flame to refine the core of the mad devil ox beast. Compared to any other metal material, this core was extremely difficult to refine. Of course, the geocentric flame was ultimately not something that ordinary flames could compare to. After about half a cup of tea's time, the core finally began to melt, and an especially pure and enormous demonic energy leaked out from within. With a thought, Chu Hen hurriedly released an even more powerful Reiki energy. The vigorous Reiki energy formed a thin layer of faint golden light, gathering the demonic power that had been extracted. The bright red liquid was like blood. The demon power kept attacking Chu Hen's Reiki energy. The faint golden light was like a layer of bubbles that could burst at any time. Quite a few people were secretly sweating for Chu Hen. If he couldn't control the demonic energy, it would be really embarrassing. However, the situation that everyone was worried about did not occur. Under the refinement of the earth core fire, the demonic energy gradually calmed down. From afar, the red energy looked like a small stream of spring water, bright and somewhat demonic. When Su Yurong saw that Chu Hen had easily completed the refinement of the mad devil ox beast's crystal core, a faint sense of relief surged in her eyes. Just now, under the stage, when Chu Hen said that he wanted her to smelt all the supplementary materials by herself, Su Yurong had already guessed that Chu Hen would use this beast core. Yesterday, outside the city, she had personally witnessed Chu Hen killing a mad devil ox beast. Soon, Su Yurong had finished refining the materials. The colorful metal liquid blended together, emitting pure energy fluctuations as if it was a wisp of the rainbow essence. Buzz! The geocentric flame that was spewing out from the three-legged fire cauldron gradually converged back into the cauldron. Chu Hen and Su Yurong looked at each other, understanding each other tacitly, and began to fuse the refined metal liquid with the mad devil ox beast's crystal core. Rumble! The moment the two kinds of energy liquid blended, the air was clearly shocked by the relatively heavy collision of power. The two spiritual liquids were like restless magma, repulsing each other. However, Chu Hen and Su Yurong were not anxious. This was just a normal reaction. Fuse! Su Yurong shouted softly. She flicked her fair and slender finger, and a gorgeous golden glyph flew out like a spirit butterfly. It merged with the agitated spirit liquid. The air in the air slightly trembled, and a scattered golden halo spread out like water ripples. Immediately after, the restless spiritual liquid immediately calmed down. With the tooth rune as the dividing point, you will control the runes in front, Chu Hen said in a deep voice. Yes, Su Yurong seriously nodded her head. Shortly after, she split the ball of spiritual liquid into two, letting Chu Hen control one half each. The runes began to condense. The eyes of Chu Hen and Su Yurong turned cold, and an even more powerful and majestic aura swept out from their bodies. Dazzling runes quickly condensed, and the scene that Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming had displayed before once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The runes that filled the sky hovered above the earth fire platform like beautiful spirit butterflies and also like dazzling stars. Su Yurong's speed of releasing the runes was extremely fast, and it even surpassed Su Dingfeng's speed. The densely packed runes were dazzling. However, when everyone looked at Chu Hen again, they were instantly stunned, and their faces were filled with deep astonishment. What shocked everyone was that the speed at which Chu Hen condensed the runes was even faster than Su Yurong's. What? Not only were the Su clan's disciples shocked, but even the clan's higher-ups were surprised. It would be fine if it was just fast, but the process of Chu Hen condensing the runes was very stable, and even his breathing was not messed up at all. This was a situation that could only happen when one's control over the runes had reached a certain level. Even if one had trained hard since young for more than 10 years, one would not necessarily have such a level of proficiency. Nobody knew that Chu Hen had encountered a strange street tree in the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom's starry universe spying formation. With the help of the street tree, Chu Hen was able to grasp any runes at his fingertips, and he had reached a level of proficiency. Who is this kid? Why haven't I heard of such a person in the Hidden Wind region before? Who knows? The Hidden Wind region has always been a mix of good and bad people, so it's normal that some people haven't seen him before. Looks like Senior Sister Yurong has another chance to turn the situation around. It's still too early to say that. Being fast only means that he has an advantage in terms of the time needed to set up the runes. If it's inscribing runes, it won't be so easy. On Su Dingfeng's side, seeing that Chu Hen's proficiency with runes was even higher than Pei Feiming's, Su Dingfeng's eyes flashed coldly. I've underestimated this stinking brat. What, are you worried? Pei Feiming, who was at the side, asked with interest. It's not to the extent of worrying. Su Dingfeng let out a sigh of relief as the coldness between his brows deepened. Let's not talk about the fact that they won't be able to complete the spiritual light tool rune. That's just a draw. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the earth fire platform was shrouded in dazzling runes. Compared to the runes condensed by Su Dingfeng and the others, the runes condensed by Chu Hen and Su Yurong were faintly flickering with an evil red light. This was the result of the addition of the Berserk Demon Ox Beast's core crystal. After the runes were infused with demonic energy, the energy fluctuations emitted by them were much more stable. They were not as violent as before, and they were much easier to control. I'm done, Su Yurong said excitedly. Me too. Almost at the same time, Chu Hen also transformed the last wisp of spirit liquid into a beautiful rune. Hua! Gasps of surprise resounded from below the platform. On this step, the amount of time Chu Hen and Su Yurong spent was actually around half an hour less than Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming. But just as everyone was gasping in admiration, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wrong, he condensed quite a few wrong runes, and the order in which they were arranged is also wrong. When this voice rang out, it was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the hearts of everyone present. What? There were quite a few wrong runes that Chu Hen condensed? Everyone's gazes, including Su Yurong, swept towards the runes that Chu Hen had condensed. As expected, there were more than 10 wrong runes, and many of them were arranged in the wrong order. Bastard! Patriarch Su Hao was instantly enraged. He slammed the table and yelled, "You scoundrel! You must have been sent by someone with bad intentions to harm my daughter's life." The runes were wrong, and the order in which they were arranged was also wrong. This would definitely cause a backlash from the runes. 2 years ago, Su Hao was reduced to such a state because of the backlash from the rune. Now, when he saw the situation, he was eager to protect his daughter. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, he determined that Chu Hen was a shameless person sent by Su Dingfeng to intentionally harm Su Yurong. His goal was to take this opportunity to get rid of Su Yurong and to prevent any future troubles. However, Su Dingfeng himself was shocked. He had not arranged for Chu Hen to do such a thing. Then, his gaze swept toward second elder and third elder. Could it be their idea? As expected, the older, the wiser. However, second elder and third elder believed that Su Dingfeng was the one who had done it. Amidst their shock, they nodded their heads in approval. Su Dingfeng was indeed a man of great deeds. He had actually managed to do this. Supporting him to become the patriarch of the Su clan was not a bad decision. On the other side, Su Hao, who was burning with anxiety, rushed towards the earth fire platform. However, no one had expected Su Yurong to suddenly stop him. "Father, don't come any closer." "Rong-er, quickly remove all the runes, quickly." Su Hao did not want to see the disaster that had befallen him befall Su Yurong. If he removed the runes before the tool markings were carved, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. However, Su Yurong shook her head in determination. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at the calm-looking Chu Hen. Chapter 362. Just now, below the stage, I promised Chu Hen that no matter what incomprehensible situation occurs in the process of refining, I will choose to believe him. At this moment, Su Yurong was surprisingly calm, especially when she saw Chu Hen's eyes that were as calm as well. She was even more certain that he would not harm her. Nonsense. Su Hao was extremely agitated. Compared to the others, he was even more agitated and anxious. Nobody knew better than Su Hao how serious the consequences would be if the runes were to backfire. He had already become a cripple, so he would not allow anything to happen to Su Yurong. "Ronger, stop fooling around. You don't want the position of clan leader anymore." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Su Hao to be so worried. However, Su Yurong's gaze was still resolute. Her red lips slightly opened, and her voice became even more resolute. "Father, believe that your daughter will not misjudge a person." As she finished speaking, her gaze returned to Chu Hen, and she said, "Connect the formation!" Connect the formation. The two determined words caused Su Hao and the others' hearts to sink to the bottom. No. Su Hao's eyes were wide open as he tried to persuade her. However, Su Yurong had already connected the runes that shrouded the sky. Silver light patterns that were as thin as gossamer joined each other. The runes were connected from the front to the back. Chu Hen raised an eyebrow. He did not hesitate to connect the runes as well. In an instant, a dazzling and peculiar light net shrouded the sky above the earth fire platform. It appeared before everyone's eyes. Buzz, buzz, in the next instant, the runes net that was connected shone with a dazzling brilliance. The space faintly trembled as a shocking aura spread out. The moment they saw this, all of the Su clan's disciples quickly retreated. Everyone's pupils shrank. Just when everyone thought that the runes were about to counterattack and set off a terrifying and destructive energy explosion, the power that was being emitted actually quickly retracted. What was even more shocking was that the illusory light between the runes flickered with a pure and holy golden luster. What? The formation was successfully connected? How's this possible? The entire earth fire platform square fell into a strange atmosphere. This included Su Hao, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and all the other higher-ups of the Su clan. Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. The formation was successfully connected, which meant that there was no problem with the arrangement of the runes. Next, he could carve the runes into tool patterns. However, the runes that Chu Hen had condensed and the way they were arranged were clearly different from what everyone knew. What exactly was going on? Could it be that there was another arrangement of the spiritual light tool pattern? Despite his shock, Su Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he was the head of the Su clan, he was still frightened to the point that his hands were trembling. On the earth fire platform, Su Yurong's complexion was also slightly pale, her heartbeat rapidly increasing. Then, she looked at Chu Hen with a relaxed smile. "You scared me to death." Regardless of whether she believed Chu Hen or not, in that kind of situation just now, If it was anyone else, their heartstrings would definitely be incomparably nervous. After all, no one had ever tried this kind of rune arrangement before. Luckily, Su Yurong did not trust the wrong person. Chu Hen responded with a smile of approval. Su Yurong could be said to have used her life as a wager. The fact that Su Yurong, as a woman, dared to do this was truly admirable. Let's rest for a while and start carving the tool patterns, Chu Hen said. Su Yurong took a few deep breaths and tried her best to calm herself down. It's done. Don't you want to rest a little longer? No need. Su Yurong understood that her and Chu Hen's overall skills were lower than Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming's. The time needed to carve the tool patterns would definitely be more than the two of them. Therefore, to her and Chu Hen, every single second that remained was extremely precious. Naturally, they could not waste time on rest. Then, with a wave of Chu Hen's sleeve, the steel sword beside him flew up and floated in the air between the two of them. Without any delay, Su Yurong's expression became especially serious. She began to control the rune arrangement towards the steel sword and began to carve the tool patterns on the sword. Strange patterns that were as bright as strands of hair slowly and steadily spread out on the sword's body. Compared to Su Dingfeng's previous speed, it was almost the same. The two of them did not have a high level of skill in crafting tools and tattooists. Therefore, whether they could successfully complete the spiritual light tool pattern depended on Chu Hen, a person who was only a 5th grade advanced tattooist. Time slowly passed by. Su Yurong's speed of carving tool patterns became slower and slower, while the incense stick below the platform became shorter and shorter. The beautiful runes that filled the earth fire platform were like spirit butterflies, like stars, shining brightly. The atmosphere in the arena was silent and strange. Upon seeing this situation, many doubts surged in Su Dingfeng's heart. He had previously thought that Chu Hen was someone arranged by the 2nd and 3rd elders, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Interesting. Pei Feiming rubbed his chin as he indifferently smiled with interest. I never thought that the spiritual light tool pattern could be arranged in such a way. This person does have some ability. Su Dingfeng's brows furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. Brother Pei, why are you trying to boost the morale of others? What kind of storm can a mere 5th grade advanced tattooist stir up? Pei Feiming smiled and said, Brother, Su need not worry. Based on their current speed, I'm afraid that they will not be able to complete the arrangement of the spiritual light tool pattern in the designated time. After a long time, under the various gazes of the crowd, Su Yurong finally finished carving the last rune that she controlled. Phew! As she deeply exhaled, her body and mind instantly felt much more relaxed, as if the burden on her shoulders had been lifted. However, this relaxation only lasted for a moment. Su Yurong looked down at the incense stick on the table below the platform, only to see that more than half of it had already been burnt. The time that Su Yurong had given to Chu Hen was less than 2 hours. However, this could not be helped. After all, the number of runes that Su Yurong controlled was slightly more than Su Dingfeng. Although it was a race against time, she still had more time than her opponent. Chu Hen. Su Yurong's voice carried a trace of apology. Chu Hen lightly smiled. Leave the rest to me. After speaking, Chu Hen immediately began to carve the runes that he controlled. Buzz, buzz, a steady stream of obscure energy, fluctuations spread out from the fine steel sword. Bright and dazzling tool patterns blossomed on the body of the sword, looking just like the mysterious ancient characters. Chu Hen did not have much experience in the field of tool refinement. It could be said that he had very little experience. The only time he had completed the Celestial Spirit tool rune together with Yuda, Wenhong, and Zhu Tong was at the Sacred Star Dynasty's Rune Masters Guild. However, that experience had helped Chu Hen a lot. After completing a difficult task, it would be much easier to do a relatively simple task. Compared to the Celestial Spirit Tool rune, the Spiritual Light Tool rune was still a level or two lower. In addition, the Mad Devil Ox Beast's crystal core had been integrated into the supplementary material, so the runes were much more stable and easier to control. Another very important point was that the spiritual light tool rune that Chu Hen had arranged had been improved by clan leader Lei Huan. The spiritual light tool rune was more complete, and the inscription was smoother than Su Dingfeng's and Pei Feiming's. Even so, it was an indisputable fact that there was a difference of 2 levels between Chu Hen and Pei Feiming. The difference in levels quickly caused Chu Hen's speed to slow down. There's less and less time. It's really making me anxious. The clan's Grand Elder was somewhat restless as he stared fixedly at the situation on the Earthfire platform. Complicated emotions filled Su Hao's face. At this moment, he naturally knew that he had wrongly blamed Chu Hen, causing him to more or less feel some remorse in his heart. However, even he did not know whether Chu Hen would be able to successfully set up a spiritual light tool rune. The entire place was silent. Everyone's hearts were about to leap out of their throats. Su Yurong's jade-like hands were tightly clenched. Her beautiful face was taut, and her delicate brows were slightly knitted. She had to admit that when she saw Su Dingfeng and Pei Feiming successfully complete the spiritual light tool rune, she had practically despaired. Even when she ascended the Earthfire platform with Chu Hen, she had thought that there was no chance for her to turn the situation around. But now, Chu Hen had given her hope to redeem the situation. Even if this hope wasn't especially great, she was still filled with gratitude towards Chu Hen. Time unknowingly slipped away, and the incense stick was getting shorter and shorter. There's less than an hour left. There's still half an hour left. There's only 15 minutes left. Everyone's gazes constantly moved back and forth between the incense stick and Chu Hen. Some people hoped that the incense stick would burn slower. Others hoped that time would end as soon as possible. The aura released by the fine steel sword grew stronger and stronger, and the runes that Chu Hen controlled decreased. At the same time, his speed also became slower and slower. Finally, there was only one stroke left of the spiritual light tool rune, and there was only one spark left of the incense stick. Chu Hen was already in a race against time. At this moment, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut, and every nerve was in an extremely tense state. Su Hao, the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, the Su family's upper echelons all frowned. Even Pei Feiming had withdrawn his frivolous and playful attitude from before. Of course, the ones who were the most anxious were Su Dingfeng and Su Yurong. What was the result? It would determine who the patriarch's position would fall to. At this moment, the last spark of the incense stick in the cauldron dimmed, and a faint wisp of green smoke quietly drifted away. It was extinguished. The time was up. Many of the family members who were on Su Yurong's side were extinguished as well. Everyone's faces immediately revealed expressions of regret and regret. They had failed in the end. Meanwhile, Su Dingfeng, the second elder, the third elder, and the others all had proud smiles on their faces. Chapter 363. Rumble. Just when everyone present thought that Su Dingfeng would be the one to die in today's competition, a long and narrow tool pattern that was as bright as the stars in the night drew an extremely vigorous and sharp stroke on the fine steel sword's blade. Along with the last wisp of smoke that had completely dissipated, an extremely dazzling golden light rune blossomed from the steel sword. The astonishing sharpness engulfed the entire place. The light that was like the radiant sun caused everyone's pupils to shrink. This? Success? Buzz buzz! The dazzling light rune disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The steel sword that hovered above the Earthfire platform flickered with a dazzling spiritual light, as if it had been soaked in the radiance of the sun. Golden halos flowed around the sword, causing the surrounding airflow to faintly tremble. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was completely stunned. The smiles on Su Dingfeng's and Pei Feiming's faces immediately froze. Patriarch Su Hao's gloomy eyes once again revealed a pleasantly surprised light. Su Yorong's beautiful eyes trembled as her jade-like hand gently covered her rosy lips. She was at a loss as to what to do. Whoosh! A piercingly cold aura leaked out from Chu Hen's body. He stood up, and with a flick of his palm, the spiritual light sword was sucked into his hand. He shouted in a loud voice, "The spiritual light sword has been completed. Elders of the Su clan, please examine the sword." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp treasured sword was like a streak of light that pierced through the starry sky. It dragged a powerful wave of air behind it as it flew towards the Su clan's higher-ups. The Grand Elder bravely stepped forward and extended a hand. His aura was as steady as a mountain. Whoosh! Along with a ring of ripples that splashed out in space, the spirit light sword was firmly held in his hand. Good sword really is a good sword. Ha! The Grand Elder held the sword in one hand and stroked his beard with the other. He repeatedly nodded and praised. Immediately after, the Su clan's disciples who supported Su Yorong burst into a wave of excited cheers. Everyone cheered in unison, and an earth-shattering applause swept across the entire place. Haha, that's great. So it's a draw. Senior sister Yorong still has a chance, haha. Su Yorong also stood up, her eyes filled with a relaxed smile as she looked towards her father, Su Hao. The latter let out a long sigh of relief and returned a praising smile. Wait! Just then, the gloomy-faced second elder shouted in a deep voice, "The winner of today's competition is Su Dingfeng." What? The audience was in an uproar. "Su Sheng, what do you mean? Are you lying through your teeth?" The Grand Elder furrowed his brows and retorted in a stern voice. Everyone clearly saw that both sides had successfully set up spiritual light tool runes. Why is Su Dingfeng the victor? Humph! Second Elder Su Sheng coldly laughed. It's true that both sides have completed their spiritual light tool runes, but Su Dingfeng's team has spent less time, leading Su Yurong's team by half an hour. Therefore, it's easy to tell who's strong and who's weak. Su Sheng's remarks caused quite a stir in the audience. There were those who supported it and those who opposed it. However, the Grand Elder did not seem to care in the slightest, and laughed disdainfully. Haha, Su Sheng, you're really stupid, using such a method to compare. Since that's the case, take a look. Su Dingfeng's partner is a grade 7 high rank rune master, while Su Yurong's partner is only at grade 5. In the end, both sides have successfully completed their spiritual light tool runes. Between Su Dingfeng and Su Yurong, who's more outstanding? Anyone with eyes will know. Whoosh! Well said. Grand Elder is absolutely right, and Senior Sister Yurong is younger by 2 years. The winner is Su Yurong. In an instant, the crowd began to compare the two in various aspects, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. The Grand Elder and Second Elder did not give in to each other, and the atmosphere on both sides seemed to become tense. However, at this moment, on the Earthfire platform, Chu Hen suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If you want to know who's the winner today, it's very simple. You only need to see whose spiritual light sword is stronger to know everything." When these words were said, everyone in the Su clan could not help but be startled. Everyone's gazes gathered on the spiritual light, swords in the Grand Elder's and Second Elder's hands. Indeed, today's topic was refining. Who won and who lost would naturally depend on the quality of the weapon. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder's gaze turned cold, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Without another word, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the Second Elder. A chilling intent also leaked out from the Second Elder's body as he raised his sword and faced the attack head-on. Buzz, buzz, layers of air waves trembled in the air. The spiritual light sword in the Grand Elder's hand flowed with circles of golden light, while the Second Elder's spiritual light sword was surrounded by strands of golden light. The 2 incomparably sharp swords each dragged out a series of resplendent sword shadows. Then, under everyone's nervous gazes, they crisscrossed and firmly collided. Boom! The powerful forces converged and suddenly exploded, and a dazzling golden light burst out from between the two. A violent wind blew, stirring up the dust in the air. The stone bricks under the two's feet instantly exploded into a dense pile of stone debris. The collision of the two spiritual light swords was like a confrontation between two auroras. The chaotic aftermath swept out, and the surrounding people were shaken to the point of retreating. Ding! A crisp sound entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble. A shining sword suddenly flew out, drawing a parabola in the air, and then gently fell to the ground. This hiss! The scene in front of them made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. The spiritual light sword in the second elder's hand only had half of it left, while the sword in the first elder's hand was still as good as before, flickering with a sharp sword light. Shock surged on everyone's faces. Su Hao, Su Yorong, Su Dingfeng, Pei Feiming, and the rest were extremely surprised. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with deep disbelief as they looked at Chu Hen. Two different arrangements of spiritual light tool runes actually produced such a huge result? Who exactly was this person? He was clearly only a 5th grade advanced rune master, but he was able to use the spiritual light tool rune to such a shocking degree? However, in reality, even Chu Hen himself was extremely shocked. He knew that the spiritual light tool rune after the Lei Huan clan leader's modification was more perfect and more powerful, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. It was actually so much more powerful than the original tool rune. However, Chu Hen did not reveal the thoughts in his heart. He turned to the side and smiled at Su Yorong, who was not far away, and said, "I said I won't let you lose. Now you should believe me." Su Yorong also smiled and shook her head, and her face was filled with gratitude. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the half of the sword in the second elder's hand, the grand elder was overjoyed and laughed out loud. "Su Sheng, what else do you have to say now?" The second elder's face was gloomy, and the veins on his arm that was holding the half of the sword were bulging. Behind him, the third elder, Su Dingfeng, Pei Feiming, and the rest also had extremely ugly expressions. For the sake of today's competition, they could be said to have prepared meticulously and put in a lot of effort. Not only did they spend a large amount of money to bribe many accomplished geniuses in the field of artifact refinement, they even invited Pei Feiming, one of the top genius rune master of the younger generation in the Hidden Wind region, to come and help. Originally, they thought that the position of the patriarch was already in the bag. Who would have thought that a Chu Hen would appear out of nowhere, directly destroying the plans that they had been planning for so long? Patriarch! The Grand Elder looked at Su Hao, who was not far away. Understanding the Grand Elder's intention, Su Hao, who was also extremely emotional, nodded his head and said loudly, "I hereby announce that from today onwards, the new patriarch of the Su family will be my daughter, Su Yorong. Wait!" Without waiting for Su Hao to finish speaking, second elder Su Sheng immediately shouted at him to stop. His voice was stern and his eyes were filled with an ominous glint. "Su Hao, you no longer have the right to decide who the leader of this clan is. What did you say?" Su Hao's eyes darkened, and a cold expression surged on his face. "Humph," I said, "no matter what happens today, it will not be Su Yorong's turn to be the patriarch." The icy voice was as penetrating as a sharp arrow, and it pierced everyone's eardrums. The third elder, Su Dingfeng, and the rest also changed their usual demeanor and released a sinister aura. Whoosh! In the next instant, the many Su family disciples behind them all drew their swords and sabers, setting off a dense, murderous aura. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Su Hao, the first elder, and the rest were both shocked and furious. The former angrily shouted, "Su Sheng, Su Xing, Su Dingfeng, how dare the three of you? How dare you rebel against your superiors and plot a rebellion?" "Rebellion?" Su Sheng sneered and said with disdain and mockery, "Su Hao, look at you now. What right do you have to be the patriarch of the Overlord family? We didn't plan to take action so quickly, but you forced us to do so. Su Sheng, I think you're the one who wants to be the patriarch, right? You put it nicely, you're supporting Su Dingfeng, but you're just using him as a puppet. He, whether it's true or not, has nothing to do with you. You just need to hand over the patriarch position. Bastard! Su Hao's eyes turned cold as he shouted, Do you really think I'm not prepared at all? Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the Su family disciples tore off their ordinary clothes and revealed their protective armor. Each of them wielded a sharp saber, sword, spear, and emitted a rising murderous aura. We swear to protect the patriarch with our lives. In an instant, the area was filled with a tense atmosphere. Chapter 364. The development of things was full of twists and turns. A fierce scuffle was on the verge of breaking out. Originally, the rules of competing for the position of the head of the family had been set by the senior leaders of the Su family. But because of Chu Hen's disruption, the second elder, the third elder, and Su Dingfeng's carefully prepared plan was directly ruined. They had thought that the worst result would be a draw. At least there would be a chance for a comeback in the future. Who would have thought that Chu Hen would help Su Yorong turn the tide and thwart Su Dingfeng's wild ambition in one fell swoop? However, it was also because of this that the second elder was completely enraged. The teams on both sides immediately raised their swords, spears, and halberds, and the tense atmosphere pervaded the whole audience. Su Hao, you've prepared for it? The second elder, Su Sheng, had a vicious smile on his face. Looking at the people behind Su Hao, he was somewhat surprised. Su Hao coldly stared at him and said, Su Sheng, I already knew that you wouldn't know your place. If you were really thinking about the clan's interests, I could give up my position as the clan head, but you're just doing it for your own personal gain. The clan will only be ruined in the hands of the few of you. Shut up! Su Sheng shouted, Su Hao, don't talk nonsense in front of me. Even if you've prepared for it, so what? I said that today, no matter what, you can't continue to sit comfortably in the position of the head of the family. In terms of the current situation, Su Dingfeng's side had the upper hand. The second elder Su Sheng and the third elder Su Xing were both experts in the void-piercing realm. As for Su Hao's side, only the first elder had the strength of the void-piercing realm. Today's situation was very serious for Su Hao's side. Su Hao naturally knew this. 2 years ago, he was only a paper-thin distance away from being a spiritual tattooist. At that time, he only needed to arrange a spiritual formation, which was enough to suppress the whole family. Now, Su Hao's cultivation was ruined, while the second elder Su Sheng's strength had skyrocketed, reaching the level of the second rank of the void-piercing realm. With the help of the third elder Su Xing of the first rank of the void-piercing realm, the Su family really couldn't find anyone who could suppress them. Second elder, don't waste your breath on them. Su Dingfeng had coveted the position of patriarch for a long time. Now that he was just one step away, he was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be released. Su Hao's face darkened. Unfilial son, you're really going to commit treason. A wise man submits to circumstances. I already knew that you would never pass the position of patriarch to me. You only have your precious daughter in your heart. I, Su Dingfeng, will never live under someone else's roof. Well said. The second elder, Su Sheng, waved his hand and spat out one word. Kill! Kill! In an instant, the Su family's internal war finally erupted. Saber light and sword shadows rose in all directions. Yesterday's brothers, today's mortal enemies. Protect the patriarch. Grand Elder Su Kai's imposing aura rose abruptly, and he didn't speak any further before raising his hand to form an extremely overbearing palm strike that slapped towards second elder Su Sheng. Bastard! As long as I, Su Kai, am here, then the position of patriarch will never belong to any of you. Rumble! Boundless and dense true, Yuan power whizzed out like a flood, stirring up waves of ripples in the air. As the ferocious might pressed downwards, The surrounding people were shaken to the point of continuously retreating. "Huh." Su Sheng sneered disdainfully. "Su Kai, do you really think I'm afraid?" Su Sheng moved his right leg, and with a bang, the bricks under his feet were directly shattered into powder. His right hand suddenly stretched out, 5 fingers bent, and one hand formed into a claw. It tore through the air, and directly faced Grand Elder Su Kai's mighty palm strike. Boom! The two peak void-piercing realm experts clashed head-on, setting off a violent explosion that was comparable to the violent collision of 2 mountains. Chaotic true yuan surged out like a tidal wave, and the terrifying shockwave shook in all directions. With the 2 of them as the center, the ground immediately split open into dark and deep cracks from top to bottom. The Su family's battle cries shook the heavens. Su Yurong, who was on the Earthfire platform, panicked. She first walked to Chu Hen's side and anxiously said, "Chu Hen, quickly leave here." After saying that, Su Yurong hurriedly released a wisp of Reiki energy, which condensed into a solid sword shadow in the palm of her hand, and swept towards Su Hao's position. Things were not the same as before. The Su family's patriarch could no longer do without the protection of others. Yurong little. Before Chu Hen finished half a sentence, the other party hurriedly left the platform. The blade flashed, and the spear's shadow was cold. One by one, the Su family's disciples were cut down by the blade of their former companions. The human heart was greedy, and the struggle was cruel. However, where there were people, there would be struggle. The expansion of desire was enough to drive countless people to not recognize their own family. Seeing that Su Sheng was restraining Su Kai, third elder Su Xing's face showed a sinister smile. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly aimed his spear at Patriarch Su Hao. "Hee, Su Hao, your good days have come to an end today." Buzz! A surging blood-red light rose from Su Xing's body, and he aggressively rushed toward Su Hao. "Protect the Patriarch." Several loyal Su family disciples hurriedly blocked in front of Su Hao and raised the treasured swords in their hands to stab at Su Xing. The swift and fierce sword lights created beautiful sword flowers in the air. The successive sword moves were like flowing lights and flying shadows that traced back thousands of years. They were extremely threatening and lethal. However, they were not facing someone else, but the third elder of the family, a genuine void-piercing realm expert. "Hey, overestimating yourself." Su Xing disdainfully laughed, and immediately the blood-red light in the palm of his hand surged, boiling like boiling water, and an extremely dangerous and destructive aura surged out from his body. Demonic Cloud Palm. The ferocious might was like a mountain crashing down. A blood-red palm imprint expanded infinitely, like a city wall bombarding down. Bang! A power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas whistled over. Along with a few miserable shrieks, the Su clan's disciples were sent flying. All of them vomited blood as their ribs were shattered. They powerlessly fell to the ground, unable to climb back up. Su Hao's expression changed, and his eyes almost spat out flames because of anger. The third elder Su Xing laughed more and more proudly, condensing his palm, and a restless blood-red light quickly gathered in his hand. "I'm really sorry, considering our past relationship. This elder will send you to heaven with one palm." Hiss! At this moment, a hurried wind force attacked from behind Su Xing. "Don't you dare hurt my father!" Humph! Su Xing's face showed a lot of mockery, and he turned around to slap. Bang! A circle of red light bloomed in the air, and the fierce power rushed down. Su Yurong's delicate body trembled, and the sword shadow formed by the Reiki energy in her hand was directly shattered. She herself was also sent flying, and only managed to stabilize her body after retreating more than 10 or 20 meters. Blood surged, and her pretty face immediately became as pale as paper. "Humph! Damned girl, you want to sneak attack me with just this little ability? Fine. Now, I will send you father and daughter together on the road to hell, so that you can accompany each other." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xing raised a strong and cold aura and rushed toward Su Yurong. Su Hao's eyes almost popped out, and he was shocked and angry at the same time. "Stop! Stop! Is that even possible?" Su Xing's smile became more and more ferocious, and the thick blood-red light gathered in his palm like a flame. This palm had the power to split mountains, and it was enough to kill Su Yurong on the spot. "Be ****, you dare!" The great elder Su Kai was also extremely angry, and his eyes were blood-red. At this moment, there was a distance between him and Su Yurong, and in addition, he was being held back by the second elder Su Sheng, so he could not escape in an instant. He could only watch as the horrifying scene was about to happen. The terrifying destructive palm force covered the sky, and Su Yurong could already feel the god of death's footsteps rapidly approaching. The angry roars of her father Su Hao, the great elder, and the others gradually became faint, and the aura of death completely enveloped Su Yurong. However, at this moment, a bright and beautiful silver flowing light quietly streaked across the air. In a split second, the flowing light was like a twinkling star in the night, and directly swept in front of Su Yurong. Boom! A heavy sound that was comparable to a thunderstorm exploded in the air, and like a hurricane, a raging airflow swept in all directions in front of Su Yurong. A dense, blood-colored red glow and a domineering, black-colored glow were like two mountain torrents intersecting with each other. Wild winds rose, and the chaotic and mighty aura caused the stone bricks and soil on the ground to shatter inch by inch. The fine dust particles that hung on his face hurt like knives. The pupils of everyone present could not help but shrink, and everyone's heart trembled. They saw that Su Yurong, who should have died, was still standing in her original position, her beautiful hair and dress fluttering in the wind. Su Yurong's beautiful eyes trembled, and her small mouth slightly opened. A few meters in front of her stood a slightly thin young figure. This figure's whole body was surrounded by a thick black light. He faced Su Xing, and that powerful left arm, like an iron clamp, firmly grasped the right arm of the Su family's third elder. The third elder, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago, was instantly suppressed. Everyone present had their eyes round, and they turned pale with fright. Using this method to directly receive the attack of Su Xing, an expert of the first rank of the void-piercing realm. This was too unimaginable. "Chu Hen?" Su Yurong's voice trembled. "Ah." Then the young figure's face raised a gentle smile. "I say, Miss Yurong, if you die like this, who should I find for my reward? Can you take some responsibility for me?" "Thank you, brother Schleogen, for your 20,000 tips. At the same time, thank you, brother, for becoming the highest level commander on the God King's fan list." Very pleasantly surprised. The God King has only 1,000,000 words, and a commander has appeared. I remember that when the God map was released, it was almost 2,000,000 words before a commander appeared. Thank you very much for your love, brother. I solemnly promise that this month, 300,000 words will be updated, and an average of more than 10,000 words will be updated every day. Chapter 365. I say, young Lady Yurong, if you were to die like this, who would get my reward? Can you take some responsibility for me? The light voice carried a trace of a joking tone. Chu Hen's shoulders were not considered tall, but his back gave Su Yurong an indescribable sense of security. Everyone present was secretly shocked by this. Who was this youth in front of them? How could he have such strange skills? Looking at third elder Su Xing, whose right wrist was being held by Chu Hen, just a moment ago almost no one could clearly see how Chu Hen did it. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Hen was able to suppress Su Xing's strength. The most shocking thing was that the strength of the aura Chu Hen displayed seemed to be at the peak of the 9th level of the core transformation stage. In the situation just now, It was likely that even experts of the same level as Su Xing would not necessarily be able to grab his opponent's wrist so cleanly and efficiently. However, Chu Hen did it. The scene in front of their eyes really caused them to be endlessly astonished. Chu Hen, be careful! However, just as the surrounding crowd had yet to recover from their shock, Su Yurong's surprised cry caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Buzz, buzz! Third Elder Su Xing's face flashed with a sinister and ruthless light. His left hand raised a ball of violent energy and blasted it towards Chu Hen's face. Stinking brat, die for me. Humph. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. A second before the other party's fierce palm energy was about to land on his body, Chu Hen's left arm that was clamping Su Xing's wrist suddenly exerted force and fiercely pulled downwards with the force of 1,000 caddies. Su Xing's body immediately lost its center of gravity. He staggered and was forcefully pulled downwards by Chu Hen. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Immediately, dust and rocks flew everywhere. A circle of scattered black light quickly spread out along the ground, sweeping away the dust and rocks on the ground. Even a thick layer of soil was shaved off. Under countless, incredulous gazes, Third Elder Su Xing's right shoulder was dragged into the mud by Chu Hen. This guy. Even the patriarch, Su Hao, was taken aback. The other Su family disciples were even more shocked. Hey, old man, you're already so old, yet you're still learning how to sneak attack? Aren't you afraid of losing your face? Along with a faint mocking tone, Chu Hen raised his leg and kicked the man's chest. Bang! In a split second, Su Xing directly stuck to the ground and dragged himself backwards. A long gully appeared on the ground of the plaza. He dragged himself on the ground for dozens of meters before he proudly came to a stop. His entire body was covered in dust, and there were even a few holes in his clothes. He cut an extremely sorry figure. Hiss! The surrounding people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that this seemingly ordinary youth really hid his strength. Third bro, what are you doing? Kill him. The second elder Su Sheng, who was fighting with the first elder, was extremely angry. The dignified third elder of the Su family was beaten to the ground by a 9th stage core transformation youth in a single exchange. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Losing face was a small matter. What he was afraid of was that the good situation they had achieved today would be ruined in vain. That would be truly shameful and laughable. Hee, you've got some skills. Su Xing crawled up from the ground. His scarlet eyes flashed with the ruthlessness of a ferocious beast. Chu Hen stood on the spot and coldly looked at his opponent. Surging true origin energy continuously surged out of his body. Nearby, Su Yurong's face revealed a slightly serious expression. Even though Chu Hen's performance just now was truly shocking, as the third elder of the Su family, Su Xing was not someone that could be easily dealt with. The reason why he was continuously attacked by Chu Hen was purely because he was careless. Chu Hen, be careful! Hee. I wonder if I'll get an extra reward if I help you in another fight? Chu Hen said with a light smile. Yes, of course. I'll agree to whatever you want, Su Yurong said without hesitation. Then it's a deal. Before Chu Hen finished speaking, Su Xing, who was in front of him, rushed towards him like a ferocious beast. A low roar came from his throat. His whole body was surging with blood mist, and his surging killing intent crushed down on Chu Hen. Little bastard, go to the King of Hell and receive your reward. Blood mist slash. Su Xing's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He waved his hand, and rays of blood-red light swept towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and the purple shadow wings spread out from his back. Then his body moved, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and he flew up into the sky. It's a flying spirit tool? Somewhere in the crowd exclaimed. Using a flying spirit tool to leave the ground, it was sufficient to prove that Chu Hen was indeed only at the core transformation realm. Even so, the shock in everyone's heart was not small. It was even rarer to be able to fight against a first-rank void-piercing realm, while at the 9th rank of the core transformation realm. Boom! A series of blood mist auras all attacked the position where Chu Hen was a second ago. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of several tens of meters was reduced to ruins. Long and narrow black cracks extended for hundreds of meters. Then Su Xing stepped into the sky, and the blood mist that shrouded his body rose and jumped violently, like boiling water. Devil Cloud Palm. Su Xing, who was in a rage, used a killing move. A blood-red palm print slapped towards Chu Hen, and it rapidly enlarged, turning into a giant palm print that was 100 meters wide in the blink of an eye. The sky was dark, and the clouds were surging. The air was filled with the sound of rolling thunder. The vast and mighty palm energy was comparable to a mountain as it whizzed over. Facing the opponent's ferocious attack, Chu Hen did not panic at all. His left hand held the lightning curse seal, and his right hand pinched the water curse seal. The bright lightning light bloomed like fireworks, and the sparkling and translucent power of water was like a turbulent undercurrent. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Hen used an extremely skilled and smooth technique to fuse the two different kinds of curse seals together. Soon after, a bright and beautiful silver light beam flew out from Chu Hen's palm. The bright light beam combined the destructive power of lightning and the flexibility of water. The silver light beam traversed through the air and directly collided with the huge blood-red palm print. The sky shook violently, and the fierce light beam was unstoppable. It actually forcibly pierced through the giant palm print and continued to attack Third Elder Su Xing, bastard. Su Xing's expression became even colder. He dodged sideways, and the light beam practically flashed past his left ribs. Bang! Immediately after, a loud bang sounded, and the majestic red palm print suddenly exploded, exploding into a red mist that filled the sky, blotting out the sun and bursting forth wantonly. In the chaotic red light, a fierce young figure wrapped in a bewitching purple light flew over, and within the demonic purple light, there was also an overbearing black light surging. Just in time, Su Xing shouted and faced Chu Hen head-on. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions and true essence raged. Chu Hen and Su Xing's fists collided, and the terrifying turbulence was like a mountain torrent that erupted in an instant. Accompanied by the wave of true essence that soared into the sky, both of them flew back. The strong wind whistled, and Chu Hen clenched his slightly sore fist, and his eyes emitted a faint coldness. You really are shameless enough to use such a dirty move. Humph, all is fair in war. You are too stupid. Su Xing laughed strangely and then raised his right arm. It was unknown when the other party had put on a strange glove on his right hand. The glove was dark gold, and the 5 fingers could be stretched. The knuckles were very flexible, and there was a scorching red light lingering around it. From the energy fluctuations released, it could be judged that it was a spiritual weapon, level treasure. Just now, Chu Hen did not notice that the other party had quietly put on the glove, and for a moment he suffered a slight loss. Fortunately, the strength of his body was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Just now his arm was only slightly sore and swollen. Your arm is actually not broken? Su Xing was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the punch just now should have been enough to make Chu Hen vomit blood on the spot. But the other party seemed to have only suffered a minor injury, which was really surprising. Chu Hen did not explain much, and immediately fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the battle between the first elder Su Kai and the second elder Su Sheng was even more intense. As the two most powerful people in the Su family, once they fought, it was like the collision of stars and sparks flew everywhere. No matter how hard the Su family's disciples fought below, the final decision of the victory was in the hands of the 3 void-piercing realm elders and Chu Hen. Among the 4 of them, whoever could defeat their opponent first would be the winner today. The second elder, Su Sheng, fought with the first elder while paying attention to the situation below. It should have been a good situation, but it was ruined by Chu Hen again. Damned bastard. After this matter is over, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Su Sheng's eyes burst out a cold light, and then his momentum soared. He raised his hand, and a strong gray light surged towards the first elder. Su Kai, get down. Rumble. The surging evil aura pounced towards the first elder, and the latter's expression slightly changed. Within the thick gray light, there were actually 2 dark green light balls. Then, a white ferocious skull rushed out from inside. The dark green light balls were its empty eye sockets. Skull stone. Su Kai blurted out, but did not dare to take the attack head-on. He raised his hand and slashed out, and a bright golden blade of air slashed towards the white skull like a crescent arrow. Wah! The white skull let out an ear-piercing shriek, and 2 green lights shot out from its empty eye sockets, directly smashing the first elder's palm energy into pieces. This strange skull actually possessed such a demonic power. Chapter 366. Seeing that the second elder, Su Shang, had even taken out such a ferocious spiritual weapon like the Skull Stone, the expressions of many of the Su family members changed slightly. The entire Su family had already fallen into chaos. While the 2 sides were fighting each other, they were also paying attention to the intense battle between the first elder, second elder, third elder, and Chu Hen in the sky. After all, it all depended on the outcome of the 4 of them who would be able to laugh in the end. Wah! The ferocious white skeleton let out a sharp roar that sounded like a ghost as it continuously attacked the first elder, Su Kai, fiercely. As a crafting aristocratic family, the Su family never lacked high-grade weapons. This was especially true for high-level figures like them, who possessed some treasures that could be ranked on the spirit weapon ranking. Su Kai, it's time to put an end to the grudge between us for so many years. The second elder, Su Sheng's eyes flashed with an especially vicious light. The grudge between the 2 of them had accumulated for more than a decade. If they weren't both members of the Su family, the conflict would have erupted long ago. Now that the skin on both sides had been completely torn apart, there was naturally no need to hide anything anymore. Do you think you can defeat me with the Skull Stone that's ranked 67th on the spiritual weapon ranking? The first elder sneered. Majestic true, Yuan rose from him like a sea of smoke. Endless, dazzling golden light quickly gathered in front of him, forming a solid shadow of a broadsword. Golden flame, sword technique. The great elder let out a cry, and his killing intent soared several times over. Swoosh! The virtual shadow of the broadsword, which seemed to be solid, flew out, dragging a powerful wave of air behind it. It swept up an endless amount of destructive power as it slashed towards the sinister skull head-on. You're too naive. What can a mere golden flame, sword technique, do to me? After saying that, the second elder, Su Sheng, continuously shot out several light runes into the skull stone. Surging gray flames violently rose and erupted, and the cold and evil aura surged like a tide. Dark light rolled in the sky above the entire Su family, and a large number of black clouds gathered, as if it was a sign of an impending storm. Buzz! In an instant, the ferocious skull rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from the size of a bowl to dozens of meters wide. It was like a small-sized palace. Immediately, a dense gray glow surged out of the skull's mouth. The gray glow swiftly rotated, forming a vortex that emitted an extremely shocking suction force. Space faintly trembled as the first elder's broadsword image was directly swallowed by the gray vortex. The entire process was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, and not even the slightest energy fluctuation could be detected. Ha 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 ha. Su Shang laughed complacently. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Su Kai, the golden flame sword skill that you're so proud of is nothing in front of me. Prepare to die. Wow. In the next moment, the huge skull with a menacing aura charged towards great elder Su Kai like a peerless demon. A terrifying aura filled the sky, shaking the heavens. Faced with such a shocking power, Sukai's eyes narrowed, and a hint of mockery surged between his white brows. Don't celebrate too early. Don't tell me you're the only one with a spiritual weapon? Buzz, as his voice fell, Sukai raised his right hand, and a golden figure suddenly flew out from his sleeve. Everyone present was stunned. The thing that was thrown out was actually a golden metal ball. The metal ball shone brightly, dazzling and eye-catching, like a sun hanging high in the sky. Walala, accompanied by the sound of chains colliding, dozens of incomparably sturdy chains suddenly flew out from within the gorgeous golden light. Every single chain flickered with a holy golden radiance, as if they were divine metal that had been soaked in the holy light of the sun. The earth-shattering chains traversed the sky and directly wrapped around the huge white skull. Wow! The crisscrossing godly metal chains bound the skull firmly. From afar, it looked like a huge octopus hidden in the light was hunting its prey. The densely packed chains were its tentacles, firmly locking the skull in place. It couldn't move even if it wanted to, and it couldn't even struggle free. Devil's Sealing Chain. Second Elder Su Sheng's face darkened, and he fiercely shouted in a low voice. Humph, at least you have some knowledge. Great Elder Su Kai lightly snorted and coldly replied, Although your skull stone is ranked higher than my Devil's Sealing Chain, my spiritual weapon happens to be the bane of your skull stone. Su Sheng, surrender. In your dreams. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. After saying that, Su Kai's aura suddenly increased, and a huge power surged towards his opponent once again. However, Su Sheng was not to be outdone, and he continued to face the attack head-on. On the other side, the battle between Chu Hen and Third Elder Su Xing was also the center of attention. Boom! Bang! All kinds of fierce forces collided wantonly between heaven and earth. Chu Hen, who was at the 9th level of the core transformation realm, was fighting against his opponent at the 1st level of the void-piercing realm. Even in a head-on collision, he did not show any signs of losing. The more Su Xing fought, the more shocked he became. The more he fought, the more he found it hard to believe. His cultivation realm was higher than Chu Hen's, and he was also wearing a spiritual weapon glove. The power of each attack was 2 to 3 times that of a normal person. If it was any other wuxio who was at the 9th level of the core transformation realm, he would not be able to last until now without any signs of losing. The illusory flame lingered around Chu Hen's body, and it was as dazzling as the stars. Everyone knew that the flaming sun body refining technique that Chu Hen mastered was strong enough to break a spiritual weapon when it reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. Although there was still some distance to the Great Accomplishment Realm, coupled with the power of the chaotic body, Chu Hen's body was strong enough to resist an ordinary spiritual weapon. Su Xing became more and more shocked, and Chu Hen became more and more courageous. Bang! The two of them once again firmly collided. This time, Su Xing did not gain any advantage. Under Chu Hen's fist, which was surging with a dense black light, Su Xing was actually shaken until he was sent flying backwards. Bastard! Su Xing was both shocked and furious. Suddenly, he threw out a beam of red light towards Chu Hen, who was charging towards him. The speed of the red light was extremely fast, and its attack was extremely strong. Chu Hen's brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately used the shaking light movement technique to flash past it, leaving his original position. Immediately after, the red light drew an arc in the air, turned around, and continued to attack Chu Hen. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. The red ray of light was chasing after him. It seemed like it was another spiritual weapon glove. Weapon-refining aristocratic families were indeed different. Spiritual weapons could be used as they pleased. While Chu Hen was still in shock, the red ray of light had already arrived in front of him. Buzz! Along with the trembling sound of the airwaves, a bright and beautiful white light flashed past. A sharp, cold spear with black flower patterns engraved on it suddenly appeared in Chu Hen's palm. A biting cold spear aura exploded from Chu Hen's body. With a wave of his hand, the black spear, which was surrounded by spiraling light waves, attacked the red ray of light. Boom! A thunderous explosion exploded in the sky, and an incomparably rapid gale wantonly stirred up. Along with a powerful shock wave, the red ray of light was repelled by Chu Hen's spear. When he looked carefully, it was actually an arrow that was spitting out red light. Ha! Chu Hen sneered disdainfully. Old man, you even threw out this kind of weapon? It seems like this is all you have. Su Xing's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Little bastard, don't be too proud. Don't be too happy too early. Be careful of a tragic ending. Buzz! An incomparably powerful and monstrous aura once again erupted from Su Xing's body. In an instant, the red arrow that had been repelled by Chu Hen once again blossomed with a rich, blood-red light. Under Su Xing's control, the arrow suddenly flew up into the sky, like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds, gracefully and gracefully. Immediately after, the sharp arrow that pierced through the clouds drew an arc, and then from top to bottom, it once again aimed its tip at Chu Hen. Swish! The power of the arrow that was flickering with a blood-red light soared several times. It slanted downwards, like an arrow of death that flew from the sky. It directly locked onto Chu Hen and flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of solemnity appeared between his brows. Hua! Condensing his palm, the demon Punisher's spear emitted a thick black light, as if it was covered with a layer of strange 9 underworld flames. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Third Elder Su Xing's face. What a stupid thing! Buzz! Before he finished speaking, the pupils of Su Hao, Su Yurong, and the rest of the people below all trembled. They saw that the blood-red arrow that was less than 5 meters away from Chu Hen suddenly split into 2, transforming into 2 identical death flying arrows. Not good. Su Yorong's expression changed, and she immediately felt extremely worried for Chu Hen. The other party could at most block one of the arrows, and would not be able to block 2 of them. The 2 arrows of death, one on the left and one on the right, attacked Chu Hen's chest. However, Chu Hen's eyes were still calm, without a single ripple. When the 2 arrows were about to reach him, a bright and resplendent golden light exploded in front of him. Clang! 2 almost overlapping sounds of metal colliding exploded in everyone's ears. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 2 blood-red arrows that were filled with a biting, cold, murderous aura were directly bounced out. They continuously spun in the air, and one of the arrows shattered into countless crystal fragments as it spun. He actually blocked it? Everyone was extremely shocked. Just now, everyone could feel the terrifying destructive power that the 2 arrows contained. Chapter 367. Dang! A heavy bell sound engulfed the entire world. In front of Chu Hen's body, a bright and resplendent golden bell suddenly appeared. You're not the only one with a spiritual weapon. Chu Hen smiled as he looked at the ashen-faced Third Elder Su Xing in front of him. The latter was both shocked and angry, becoming more and more annoyed. The wild brat in front of him, who had appeared out of nowhere, had an endless number of trump cards. After fighting for so long, he still could not do anything to the other party. Moreover, the second elder, Su Sheng, could not win in a short period of time. If this continued, he would not be able to grasp the good situation today. Damn brat, this is what you did to me. At this moment, the aura in Su Xing's body became extremely unstable. He clenched his arms tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged like dragons. His vicious eyes spat out a scarlet red light. Violent blood battle body. Boom! A furious, beast-like, ferocious aura rose from Su Xing's body into the sky. The tide-like, blood-colored fog was like boiling water as it wantonly rolled and surged around his body. Scorching astral winds filled the sky and covered the earth. Layers upon layers of hurricane-like air waves surged towards Chu Hen. Seeing this scene, Su Yu-rong's expression changed. Everyone in the Su clan knew very well that the third elder Su Xing possessed the bloodline limit of the violent blood battle body. This was a physique similar to berserk. It could increase one's strength by several times in a short period of time. However, after this, there would be a period of weakness for 3 days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Xing would not use this killer move. No one would have thought that Chu Hen had already pushed his opponent to such a state. However, it seemed that Chu Hen did not use much of his strength. This made people even more suspicious of his identity. Boom! A thick, blood-colored fog rose from Su Xing's body. A murderous aura surged, and he looked like an Azura from hell. "Hey, little bastard, I'm going to twist your head off today." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xing surged with monstrous killing intent and charged towards Chu Hen. The blood-red light that blotted out the heavens and the earth was comparable to a ferocious beast as it crushed down, causing the space to tremble endlessly wherever it passed. In the face of Su Xing's terrifying and mighty aura, Chu Hen did not dare to be careless. In any case, the other party was still a genuine master of the void-breaking realm. If he was a little careless, he would suffer a devastating blow. Endless, piercingly cold spear aura swept out from Chu Hen's body, and the sharp cold spear in his hand emitted a restless black aura. Buzz, buzz! Shortly after, Chu Hen raised his spear and directly faced the surging blood mist that was like a flood. And in the process of moving, an enormous demonic figure that was nearly 100 meters tall suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen. The vast expanse of white illusory figure emitted a shocking demonic might, and a pair of bat wings spread out. Domineering yet demonic, the demonic shadow also held a piercingly cold spear in its hand. It stood proudly between the heavens and the earth, and its majestic aura caused the expressions of countless people below to change. This is the demon-punishing Spear King, Fong Bufan's demon-punishing spear. A trembling voice came from the mouth of one of the more senior members of the Su family. "I know who this person is. He is the Sacred Star Empire's Chu Hen, the champion of the Six Nations Heavenly List Great War." Boom! These words woke everyone up from their dreams. When they heard these words, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in the ears of everyone in the Su family. Su Hao, Su Yu-rong, Su Dingfeng, Pei Fei Ming, and the others all had a drastic change of expression, and their hearts were filled with shock. Who was the Sacred Star Empire's Chu Hen? There were probably only a few people in the 100-nation state who hadn't heard of his name. During the Six Nations Heavenly List Great War, he became famous after a single battle. He defeated the two geniuses of the Flame Shadow Empire, Tan Shao and Peng Ao. Then he defeated Huang Fuliang, who was the most popular candidate for the championship, and tore off Huang Fuliang's arm in front of more than 100,000 spectators. However, the most shocking thing was what happened in the last 2 months. Chu Hen had caused a huge uproar in the imperial city of the Sacred Star Dynasty. On the imperial city, he had fought against the evil star duo with his own strength and defeated 2 of them in a row. In front of tens of thousands of people, he had cut off half of the divine empress shoulder. Then he attracted the attention of the old monster, the imperial ancestor, who hadn't appeared in the royal family for decades. After being chased and killed, Chu Hen escaped from the Sacred Star Empire. At that time, this incident could be said to have shaken the entire 100-nation state. However, no one expected that Chu Hen would actually come to the Hidden Wind region. It wasn't that the Su family hadn't heard of Chu Hen's name, but previously no one dared to link the Chu Hen in front of them with the young man in front of them. At most, they just felt that their names were similar. After all, in the eyes of countless people, Chu Hen was definitely a legendary figure. Previously, there was no news that Chu Hen had escaped to the hidden wind region. Su Yurong's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her small mouth was slightly open. Her face was filled with dense disbelief. A person that she casually brought back was actually the Chu Hen who caused a storm in the 100 Nations state 2 months ago. Shocking, extremely shocking. Demon-killing spear. At the same time, Chu Hen's astonishing attack had already collided head-on with Third Elder Su Xing's power. The peerlessly domineering, gigantic spear slashed downwards, like splitting the wind and splitting the waves. It split apart the blood-colored torrent that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble! The incomparably violent power converged and collided like a thunderstorm, triggering a shocking tide. Under the power of the giant spear shadow, the demon-killing spear in Chu Hen's hand was straight in front of him, and like a stream of light it rushed forward. The shocking scene was like a swordfish shuttling through the water at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the unstoppable giant spear light directly split apart the layers of blood mist. Third Elder Su Xing's face revealed a sinister smile. "Ha ha! You dare to be so arrogant in front of me with just this bit of ability? You underestimate my violent blood battle physique." Su Xing was not afraid at all. He faced the attack head-on, and the gloved right hand directly erupted with an incomparably intense and dazzling light. Pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a destructive shockwave comparable to a mountain firmly bombarded the giant spear shadow in the demonic shadow's hand. The strength of a void-piercing stage expert was no small matter. The giant spear shadow in the demonic shadow's palm collapsed inch by inch, breaking into pieces bit by bit and constantly shattering. Following that, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he unhesitatingly sent out the demon-killing spear in his hand. Waves of vigorous black air rapidly rotated up and down the body of the spear, and the airflow between heaven and earth was abnormally rapid. The corner of Third Elder Su Xing's mouth curled up into a malicious sneer, and an intense golden light erupted from his right fist, and he blasted it out at full speed. Bang! The sharp spear tip and the firm and fierce glove firmly clashed, and the chaotic airflow in all directions was immediately wantonly blown up. The dense red and black intertwining light blossomed like fireworks. An incomparably chaotic remnant power filled the world. The intensity of the battle between Chu Hen and Su Xing had already surpassed the battle between First Elder Su Kai and Second Elder Su Sheng. The numerous Su family disciples below were all disturbed by the fierce astral wind, and they hurriedly circulated their true essence to resist. The sky was dark and the clouds were surging. Endless black light followed the cold spear in Chu Hen's hand and rushed towards the back. The dense red light also flew towards Su Xing's back. The space where the spear and the gauntlet met was faintly distorted. Hee. Su Xing revealed a complacent smile. "If I don't use the power of the violent blood battle body, I really can't deal with a little brat like you. But it doesn't matter. No matter what, you won't be able to escape death today." Boom! Su Xing's aura rose once again, and an incomparably surging hidden force blasted out along the glove, directly repelling Chu Hen. But at this moment, Chu Hen waved his hand, and a golden bell quickly flew toward Su Xing. It flew above the other party's head, and then covered Su Xing's head. Su Xing coldly snorted and was about to dodge. However, the golden bell suddenly shone brightly, and the mysterious runes and secret inscriptions on the bell's chime erupted with a magnificent splendor, along with the enormous power of a spiritual weapon. Clang! An incomparably loud and clear bell sound reverberated in the sky above the Su family, and a circle of vigorous sound waves caused the space to distort a little. This bell sound was deafening, and it went straight into one's mind, as if it had a strange power that could intimidate one's soul. The countless Su family disciples below were shaken to the point that their minds trembled, and their blood surged, and their faces turned as white as paper. Su Xing, who was directly below the illusionary spirit bell, directly bore the greatest impact of the sound waves. The blood and qi in his body surged, and the circulation of his true essence became slightly sluggish. A trace of blood flowed out of his ears. Before Su Xing could recover, he only felt his vision darken, and the illusionary spirit bell had enveloped him. "You can't escape." A trace of an evil smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. His figure moved, and like a meteor, he drew a light shadow in the air, arriving above the illusionary spirit bell in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against the wall of the bell. Clang! A second loud and clear bell sound exploded high up in the sky, and this sound was even more powerful than the previous one. The terrifying sound waves whistled out, and many of the weaker Su family disciples saw stars and were almost shaken to the ground. What followed was third elder Su Xing's painful scream. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, a scarlet rain of blood poured out from within the illusionary spirit bell, and a figure covered in blood powerlessly fell out from within. Su Xing's aura was extremely weak, and his entire body was almost completely dyed red with blood. Many parts of his body were gushing with blood. Everyone present turned pale with fright. Just now, Chu Hen's sound wave attack had ruptured many of the blood vessels in Su Xing's body.